evening, everybody. Not exactly. I'm not exactly on time, but doing my best with the circumstances I find myself in. I will just before jumping into the game. I think I'm going to need to change the volume once we jump in. But I wanted to just say I plan on doing as full of a stream as I can tonight. However, I will just note that I have basically a first thing meeting tomorrow. And I do need to, I had a bit of a weird sleeping schedule over the weekend. So I do need to make sure that I kind of keep on top of things. But I think I should be able to work out today. It also occurred to me that I did not give myself a beverage, but we'll enjoy a little bit of Tyranny, and then maybe that'll just motivate me to take a break, an hour in or something like that. All right, get ready for some brass. See, this doesn't seem so bad in terms of volume. It was more when I was doing the conquest. I'll maybe knock it down by 10%. I don't know if that changed that much. Anyways, yeah. Oh, and I'm not signed in. Sorry, just give me a second here. Actually, I also wonder... All right, so we're just going to have to deal with the fact that it'll pause in the background. So, just one moment, please. Thought it auto-logged in, but... Olaf, good to see you. I have some dates. I'm going to be in different parts of your region than I originally thought. There's at least one date that I'm a little uncertain on, but I don't know if it will be relevant to you. So I'm going to guess that maybe Twitch will be the best way to reach out. I'll maybe try sending you a message in the next couple of days just to let you know the lay of the land. And then as I get details, I will share what I can. But wonderful to see you. I'm delighted. I will also mention, this is maybe not a bad time for me to mention with everybody, I obviously really appreciate the subscriptions. And I'm going to try and not fall off the face of the world, but I am going to be out of the country for the better part of August. So again, I want to, where I can, I want to try and do something to tide everyone over. But because subs are largely forward-looking purchases, and I've had a couple of experiences where, like I usually, if I'm going to sub, I'll probably sub to support the broadcaster, regardless of what they're up to. I mean, obviously, if they haven't broadcast in months, I'm not gonna sub. But The thing is, I've definitely been in a couple of communities where someone just kind of stopped streaming and they didn't announce anything. And there was definitely this sort of weirdness in terms of like, should I cancel this up now, or like what's going on? And particularly because my start times have been really inconsistent, I want to try, even though I know I'm not always going to be able to do the starts that I would like, I want to try and be as transparent as I can to people who are sort of making that decision on the margin. Like in the end, I figure if anybody like is really sort of wringing their hands over the sub, because like this is the thing, right? Like Twitch is really built in such a way that there's a lot of pressure to keep your sub going, and even 5 of them, all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, this is, I could get an indie game this month, or I could continue subs to these channels. And I know some people who are like, really torn up about having to cancel a sub, especially with the streaks and things like that. But they're just facing some like really jaw-dropping monthly bills, to show that support. So with all of that in mind, I figured the nice thing that I can do for people is to let them know ahead of time. Like if it is a question where, there's an exchange that's going on, and if you feel a certain number of streams is your requirement, August is very likely going to be a month in which that doesn't, that doesn't meet the requirement. So like I said, I'm going to do what I can, but it's definitely not going to be gameplay. Or if it is going to be gameplay, it's going to be gameplay in a way I have not yet figured out for myself. So anyways, there's your disclaimer. August is it's actually coming up really soon. But I wanted to try and let people know ahead of time. All right. Now, I'm going to see... I've received Scarlet Poison for using my Paradox account. So I'm thinking one of the So I haven't done a lot of streams like this. Like, I haven't played a lot of CRPGs. And so I know, like, Baldur's Gate, I think, was the best one for this, where you had sort of an ongoing journal of how the story had turned out so far. I actually kind of like the idea of bringing people up to speed with a review of that. Holy crap. All right, I'm going to do the biography once so we can say that we did it. This is a bit much for me. But what I'll maybe do is I'll do a review of the quests. Okay, biography. Public speaking is nothing new to me, though I must admit the stakes are now significantly higher than my usual pleasantries. One could argue that service to the adjudicator is the most ambitious use of speechcraft available on Terratus. If I can use rhetoric and persuasion to convince Tunon that I'm an asset to the court, I might live to retirement if I'm lucky. Conquest. Between the rigorous training, the broad education, the constant oversight by the adjudicator, my colleagues, and sensing Bledden Mark lurking in the corner all the while, the life of a fatebinder is harder life than most would expect. I think a harder life. It's all about the words, and they didn't even proofread it. I think Tunon does that to his students intentionally, keep us anxious, guessing, and competitive. Even if we were some of the most respected folk in the Empire, Tunon likes to keep us humble. Like is too strong a word for whatever pale imitation of emotion lurks behind his inscrutable mask. I've gotten this far with Tunon's confidence. Let us see how much further I can go. Tunon has awarded me an unheard of honor, the opportunity to accompany Kairos' forces on the campaign south. He says that I am to represent Kairos' law in the savage frontier and pave the way for a civilizing hand. I'll have some military authority at my disposal, but Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat will be the architects of this conquest. Mostly, I'll be there to observe the wartime operations and settle any disagreements as they arise. I know that the Southerners will only accept Kairos' peace kicking and screaming, so here's to hoping I can make the transition a smooth one for us all. In 428 TR, we won an early victory against a border garrison, setting a glorious tone for the war to come. Disfavored morale was as high as I'd ever seen it. Setting out ahead of the army, I arrived in the bastard city and kept a low profile. The help of a well-connected local gave me exactly what I needed to prepare for the city's downfall. With the army on the horizon, I helped the bastard city fall from the inside. I convinced the locals to take up arms in the name of Kairos, forming a Scarlet Chorus gang out of the downtrodden. Separating from the chain of command and worming my way behind enemy lines tested me raw, but I lived to see the bastard city fall. This was an important victory, hopefully the first of many. Now that Tunon has established his court in the vacant throne room and summoned the other Fatebinders, he's sending me to accompany the army while he tidies up his new city. The army is heading for Lethian's Crossing, and I will follow. Tunon places great emphasis on this location, as he wants the Forgebound to make a permanent settlement here. Iron production will make or break this war, as he's fond of telling me. I'll keep an eye on the forges and make sure everything moves at an appropriate pace. I became the de facto governor of Lethian's Crossing in 429 TR, and increasing the production of iron fell to me. I repurposed some Scarlet Chorus refugees to the backbreaking effort of hauling ore for the Forgebound. The presence of iron raised some tensions. When high-ranking officers bribed me for Forgebound weapons, I punished both of them for their impertinence. I am the law. After a dust-up with the Bronze Brotherhood injured a Forgebound smith, I kicked the inept mercenaries out of Lethian's Crossing and granted the disfavored the honor of governance. Who would have thought that iron production would give us this much trouble? This is why Kairos doesn't deal with mercenaries. Better that a force more sensible and organized than the Bronze Brotherhood command this city, which really amounts to anyone but the Bronze Brotherhood. Now that I'm done what I can to stabilize our iron production, I'm shrugging off the mantle of governor and moving on to the last stretch of our conquest. A small detachment of soldiers is making for the Vellum Citadel, a sprawling repository of lore that is so forbidden it would leave Tunon gasping on the floor if he read as much as a shopping list dredged from the stacks. I can't help but find my curiosity piqued at what or who I might find there. The sages are said to be more intimidating than they appear, but I suspect that they'll see the wisdom of surrender. In 430 TR, I joined a military detachment to capture the knowledge and resources of the Vellum Citadel. When the sages attacked, I ordered the Scarlet Chorus to risk their lives in battle, giving the disfavored an opening to retreat. All of that knowledge housed in the Citadel, and we weren't allowed to read a word. A fight broke out after the Scarlet Chorus attempted to rescue books from a bonfire. I ordered scrolls given to the chorus as rightful plunder. After the campaign grew divisive and the armies fractured, Kairos granted me the honor of proclaiming the Edict of Fire on the Vellum Citadel. I warned the sages in advance, giving them a final opportunity to surrender or prepare before laying waste to their library fortress. The siege we brought against these meddlesome spellcasters took more out of our small detachment than we had to offer. Tunon may never forgive the setback in our campaign, much less the expenditure of effort it took to force the last of the sages into submission. The Vellum Citadel is now known as the Burning Library. The forbidden lore of the School of Ink and Quill now fuels the victory pyre. Though the sages never formally surrendered, they have been shattered and made irrelevant. Some small solace there. I turn from this troubling chapter of the campaign and orient towards the bastard city, where my duties in Tunon's court await. I often find my mind wandering from the conquest and indeed my own responsibilities. Proclaiming an edict was truly the pinnacle of my achievement during this extended campaign, and it troubles me that I must return to my regular duties after indulging in such power. For a moment, I was the voice and will of the Overlord manifested in this lawless frontier. I felt the power of absolute authority pour from my lips and judge the masses on a scale that not even Tunon may fully appreciate. I know that I have been instrumental in steering the events of this war. I wonder if it is perhaps too soon to let myself think about the spoils, the accolades, and the welcome return home. Such things will have to wait a little longer. I return to the bastard city to take my place in Tunon's court. The Overlord's conquest is finally over, but much work remains to bring Kairos peace to the rabble of the Tiers. The other Fatebinders assign me light duties so that I might convalesce from my ordeals. Channeling the Overlord's power while proclaiming an edict has sapped much of my strength. I'm fortunate that I survived the experience. Rumors reach the court of unrest in the tiers. I am not privy to Lord Tunon's counsel, but I can tell he is troubled by the increasing tension between the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus armies. Eventually, he must decide which Archon will become governor of the tiers. I fear that his methodical deliberations will only inflame Kairos' soldiers against each other. It is proving harder to quell the spirits of these tiersmen than we initially thought. There's a streak of animal stubbornness inherent in their nature that makes them resist the demands of Kairos' law. Rebellion. The garrisons at Vendrian's Well were slaughtered in the night in a treacherous attack. A group of tiersmen violated their oaths of surrender and now claim independence from Kairos' rule. The Archons clamor for vengeance, each demanding the right to crush the rebellion. My Lord Tunon receives word from the Overlord. Both armies will be sent to eliminate the Oathbreakers. I almost feel pity for these tiersmen. They have no notion of the doom that will fall upon them. It has been several spans since the armies arrived at Vendrian's Well, and still no word of victory. The Archons bicker like dogs over a bone, and my Lord Tunon grows weary of the constant stream of missives from each army. I heard Fatebinders, Kallio, and Nonoval speaking. They believe that Tunon will apply to Kairos for the authority to bring the Archons to heel. It will be amusing to hear Ash and Narette howl as they face the Adjudicator's judgment. Word has come. Once again, I am chosen to bear Kairos' edict. Few Fatebinders have survived proclaiming a single edict, let alone two, and none have proclaimed a second edict so soon after their first. I set out for Vendrian's Well in the morning. I can only hope I have the strength for what is to come. Alright, so the quests that we currently have. Taking the Outer Valley. The Scarlet Chorus are currently attempting to secure the outer ring of Vendrian's Well. You'll need to help them deal with rebel forces in the area before Kairos' armies may safely march upon the Citadel. Speak with Fifth Eye at the Scarlet Chorus camp. When you met with the Archons, you learned that the Scarlet Chorus has an ongoing operation in Tripnettle, which hasn't proven successful. Speak with the Fifth Eye at the Scarlet Chorus camp and see what you can do to assist. And the Battle of Echo Call Crossing. Echo Call Crossing must be taken before Kairos' forces can press their attack on Vendrian's Well Citadel. Help the disfavored subdue the rebels and take control of the crossing. Speak with Iron Marshal, I think it's Aranos? Speak with the Iron Marshal at the disfavored camp to discuss how you should approach the battle for Echo Call Crossing.
Right.
I'll be your shadow.
The battle report from Echo Call Crossing blames the failure of the assault on the village on the Scarlet Chorus. Apparently, their scouts failed to report critical intelligence about the enemy composition.
You didn't see nothing.
Yoink.
Have a look here.
What was it referring to when it says have a look here? Aha! A meager portion of game simmers in a large copper pot. Fragrant spices attempt to mask the potent smell of whatever creature they've decided to cook. I'm Lucia. This is Marcus. The disfavored soldier points to the armored man next to her. And you must be the Fatebinder. From under her helmet, you hear an audible scoff. We've been assigned to your hospitality, Marcus quickly interjects, while you remain on disfavored ground. If you should need a place to rest, we can make the necessary preparations. What can we do for you? Marcus, tell me about yourself. Not sure there's much to tell you. I trained at Fort Resolution. This is my first campaign, and I'm proud to be with the Legion. I was wounded at the Gates of Judgment, but Graven Ash's protection mended me good. I owe my life to him. Are you bragging that you let your guard down and took a spear to the gut? You really shouldn't boast about a filthy tiersman besting you in battle. Lucia rolls her eyes. You're just bitter that Lord Ash never seems to notice you. In all seriousness, I would take that spear again if it brought honor to the disfavored. Kairos knows we could use it. We are the elite fighters of the Northern Army, but somehow we still lack the Overlord's confidence. He shakes his head and sighs. Lucia, tell me about yourself. I do this. She unenthusiastic lifts up her heavy shield. And I do this. She mockingly stabs at the air with her spear. Lucia shrugs. Playing host is not my strong suit. Ignore my sarcasm. I've seen the Legion through my share of the campaign. After so much bloodshed, our pretenses of honor can wear me down. She turns a cautious eye your way. The North is my home, and I consider each and every one of the ironclad bastards in this camp to be family. You won't find another army where each member of the phalanx is as beloved and cherished as the next. You seem handy with a weapon, Lucia. Aye, and if you ever want some pointers on how to use that weapon of yours, just let me know. She winks. Lucia, are you flirting with Tunon's Fatebinder? Relax, Marcus. There are plenty of camp slaves if I ever need to scratch an itch. Although, through the visors of her helm, you notice Lucia's eyes roving up and down your body. If you ever need someone to warm your bedroll, let me know. I sleep in my armor. Hope you don't mind. Have your skills fared in the battle against the Oathbreakers, Marcus? Every battle is a reminder of the Legion's superiority. The Oathbreakers have plenty of heart, but nothing to beat our northern values and Graven Ash's love. If you ever want to enjoy that feeling, I can spare you the time of day to cross iron. What's it like serving with the disfavored? In spite of our name, the Legion commands more honor than any military on the face of Terratus. Unlike the Chorus, there is tradition, discipline, teamwork, and unity of purpose. Marcus looks out across the camp. There aren't many of us, but it's better that way. We're a tightly knit family bound together by trust and glory. Accurate enough, Lucia shrugs. After seeing the disunity and bickering of the younger realm defenders, I feel lucky to be in the most agreeable legion of Kairos' host, even if we're not always the most efficient. If the Legion boasts so much honor, why are they disfavored? I'm afraid that isn't for me to say. Others around the camp might be able to tell you more, but I don't freely discuss the great general's history to outsiders. But you'll say that it involves the great general, which is already a telling clue, idiot. Drat. At least the Iron Marshal isn't within earshot, or I'd be washing my mouth with wormwood. Lucia, I could use some training. Finally, some fun to break up the monotony of this siege. Oh. Okay. I should know for... Oh, sorry, I should have paid attention. Ranks trainable at this level. All right. Okay, I may consider two-handed weapons in future. But dodge for verse seems appropriate. And it's the same dialogue for both. All right. Glory to the voices of Nerat. Projecting his salutation for all to hear, the grinning blood chanter raps his staff against the ground as you approach. Fatebinder Solon, I presume. His smile quickly retreats, giving way to a sour scowl. I'm Bitter Quip. I am here as emissary to the of the Scarlet Chorus. Bitter Quip looks at you impatiently. What's it like working with the disfavored? He scoffs, looking away from you for a moment before sniffing and returning his attention to you. Reporting to the Iron Hag is an insult. She fought one duel for her title? One? Her leadership must be continuously proven, earned, and defended. Weakness should bleed from the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here is also an insult, but one I will bear for the good of the chorus. Bitter Quip sniffs the air, smiling with one side of his mouth. If only to see, with mine own eyes, the failure of the disfavored. That will be a fine day. What can you tell me of the Scarlet Chorus? The chorus is the future of the tiers. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. Bitter Quip looks at you with a raised eyebrow. What in particular would you like to know? Tell me about the voices of Narat. He is supreme commander and public servant. He who sets us free but directs all. Bitterquip smiles as he talks, his face turning flush. The voices of Narat is the epitome of what each of us can be, a magician without equal and the leader of uncountable numbers. The voices and the chorus are one, conquering, expanding, growing, changing, always stronger. Bitterquip pounds his staff on the ground. Glory to the voices. How did you come to join the Scarlet Chorus? The doctrine of strength speaks to me, and I answered its call, as did some of my arcane peers. I took to the chorus almost instantly, unlike most. I cried not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic invokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days in the chorus. If you're so curious about it all, Bitterquip smiles, lifting an eyebrow, perhaps you should visit our camp and see for yourself. What is your role in the chorus? I am a blood chanter. My magic can turn the will of man in the tide of battle. I've held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I had envisioned for my service thus far. Sounds as if you really like the voices of Narat. Bitterquip blinks several times and scowls, saying nothing. Bitterquip nods as you depart. I do kind of like how it's sort of... I'm assuming these are like character portraits, but I do like the fact that you have like character portraits to indicate who's worth talking to. By Kairos' iron anus, it's the fire starter. Those swinefinks in the chorus told me you were a pile of ash. The massive soldier advances, arms spread to grapple you in an embrace. Graven Ash protects. Latching his arms around your body, Sevis lifts you into the air with his embrace. The North never forgets a friend in need. He places you down as effortlessly as he scooped you up into the air, letting out a soft chuckle. Our little camp is overrun with these southern lepers that the voices adopts along the way. Sevis looks out towards the brace of choirmen loitering by the edge of the camp. Probably half of them were the fuckers we didn't kill the first time through this valley. Troubling thought. Graven Ash doesn't tell me everything, but I know you're here on official court business. Iron Marshal's running the logistics on this one. I'm just playing slave driver and making sure the patrols stay on schedule. What is your need? I overheard you asking that Earthshaker where the reinforcements have gone. Is there a problem? I'm afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earthshakers, was supposed to arrive with a group of his most competent spellslingers to help us break the stalemate. I don't know what's holding up their arrival, and that worries me. If you're at all inclined to lend a hand, we could use some arcane support on our side. I could lend a hand. Could you? I knew that Tunon's agent wouldn't fail us in a time of need. I'll mark the last known site of our Earthshaker reinforcements on your map. Good hunting, Fatebinder. Why do you think the siege has been delayed for so long? It should have been over real quick and simple. The first cohort arrived in the valley and went straight for the kill, but that was before we knew the Vendrian Guard had sages and that water witch on their side. A bigger problem is the Scarlet Chorus. They eagerly conscript the Vendrian Guard, but I have no proof of this. But it seems they do very little to keep a watchful eye on those drafted tiersmen. They're often sent out on patrol, and we suspect that they use that opportunity to escape back to the Vendrian Guard. Every conscript has a choice, life under Kairos or death under the army's boots. By all means, feel free to cut down those who choose the latter. We won't be offended. Just so we don't mistake each other, I know what I'm saying carries an implication of treachery. I'm not making a formal accusation before Tunon's agent. I'm just voicing my gut opinion on the matter. The two armies haven't worked well together in years. Why do you think that is? Come on, Binder. Seems like asking why beasts stink. The disfavored are only too eager to deliver Kairos' peace to the tiers, while the Scarlet Chorus bring only mayhem in their wake. You can tell me the Voices of Narat has a plan, and I'll take your word for it, but the Chorus sure seem to blunder around, never moving with purpose as we do. I wonder if we've been fighting the same war, soldier. I've seen Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won. If you want to call that progress, be my guest. Unless we find a way to work as one, I fear the Scarlet Chorus will step in front of Graven Ash's strategies at every turn. As far as I'm concerned, it seems like the Voices of Narad is here to amuse himself, while the rest of us are here to do our job. Tell me about yourself. Not much to tell. My father was Sevis the Elder. His father was Sevis the First of his name, lay drill master of Ash's Iron Guard, back when they were the Bronze Guard. I was born into the Legion, and, with any hope, I'll die in the Legion. The rest you will hopefully hear about when the storytellers immortalize me. He was in the Bronze Guard, so your family must have been with Ash since before he was with Kairos. Before he bent the knee to Kairos, Graven Ash rallied his legions against the Overlord's authority. His prowess on the battlefield ingratiated him to the Archons, who welcomed him into their ranks in exchange for his obedience. Ah, you know your history. Sevis nods with gusto. The blood goes back that far, not the memories, as I only ever knew my father. My grandfather was just a legend. One of Ash's best warriors back before the disfavored were reforged in iron. I'm proud of my heritage, but I try not to brag. There are folks who love the Legion every bit as much as I do, but they lack the same pedigree. You should be proud of your pedigree. Thanks. I try not to think about it too fondly. If anything, every time I screw something up, I wish I wasn't dragging the family name through the mud along with me. Bronze Guard? Well, his day and age was a century ago, and they didn't have Kairos' modern luxuries like iron, so back then the great general's inner council was known as the Bronze Guard. Farewell.
On the lookout.
Oops. Alright, there's going to be quite a bit of talking here. Carefully skinned game hang from this branch. They appear sickly and malnourished. The table is lined with various medicinal herbs. It would appear that they have been carefully rationed. Cart is bursting with fresh food and useful goods. Got no time to chitter. Too much armor to mend. Speak to Uncle Pentabor if you've got rings to trade. Hail to you, guardian of the law. A man dressed in merchant finery greets you with a smile. If you have a few excess rings weighting you down, best unburden yourself before battle. You know that if the disfavored suffered a merchant in their camp, that must be a man selling only the finest provisions and armaments. He points to his collection of shields, rations, satchels, wineskins, and other sundries. Take a look and see if something interests you. Does it ever make you uneasy representing the South in an occupier's camp? It did once, he answers with care, but that was before I got the measure of your patron Archon. Tunon speaks with fairness and wisdom, unlike many of my countrymen. I was able to make this changing of the guard as comfortable as possible. A little treachery can be profitable, merchant. Verse jostles his wares playfully, sending him scrambling to retrieve them. He does his best to recover, unperturbed. Kairos is the right and proper authority of the realm, my lady. There is no treachery in that. In spite of his airs of confidence, he casts a worried glance out of the corner of his eye. How did you come to work with the disfavored? Hard work and good suppliers. When Tunon's men came to my village, all the merchants were given different lists of what they were and weren't permitted to trade. He smiles, hands on his hips. In Kairos' wisdom, my record must have been a good one, because I was given the right to trade in all manner of goods, most importantly, arms. Not a lot of merchants can legally sell weapons. It was like that even before Kairos. Pentabor rubs his hands alight. Let's see if we can find something you might like. Okay. So, first of all, I've got the Honor Guard's Bronze Falk, so I'm going to want something that will do better than my existing weapon. And of course, I need two-handed weapons. I've pretty much picked that. Now, I imagine most of the bronze stuff isn't really going to work. Yeah, there's actually not a whole lot here for me. Now, it might be kind of nice for me to organize, I don't know. This is one of the problems I have with RPGs like this. I just have a bunch of stuff. um, I tend not to sell. So here's what I'm going to do. First of all, I noticed a couple of extra sigils. So, sigil of distant impact. Scroll contains a magical expression which is used in spells that affect targets at a distance. And lesser sigil of strength. This scroll contains a magical accent which slightly increases the strength of the spell. So I think I just wasted the sigil, to be honest, but okay, so this is adding just a bit of everything. Okay, so I'm going to start with strength for this one. Apparently I can do wait, that's not right. Okay, so these are the strong ones. And then now what I'll do is I'll do the ranged ones. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I guess if I'm going to do the range, I mean, it's double. It's not terrible, but all right. Last but not least, so if I want, I can actually do long range. I actually slightly prefer... I do slightly prefer this idea of a ranged one, so I'm going to change it up a little bit. Again, I'm assuming, yeah, that's too much. So I can engage at range. Verse is still going to be... I mean, first of all, she can't do long-range stuff anyway. But I like the idea of, at least with the Fate Binder, being able to get in close before we really start messing with people. All right, I'm not quite ready to talk with the Iron Marshal yet. You can't make out the ironclad soldier's expression under his twisted helmet. He merely just stares at you. These arrows were fletched with precision and care. Fresh straw in the corner of this prison cell absorbs much of the stench.
It's all in the reflexes.
So, as always, we'll just take a quick look to see if that's an improvement. Doesn't look like it based on the stats, but... So, better armor, but longer recovery, lower deflection, lower accuracy. I do need to figure out... I think this game's going to force me to make some choices in terms of how, like, heavy and tanky I want to be relative to... relative to the current setup I have. I'm going to try and sort of have it both ways for as long as I can, but I think I'm going to need to make a harder decision sooner rather than later. These spears are uniform in their quality craftsmanship. The wood used for these parapets is pristine and finely cut. These walls have yet to see battle. The sparring dummy shows the deep gouges of hard use. Isotanus. Isotanus curses the air as a blade of thin iron breaks in half beneath his hammer. Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft, but our supplies are spent. He wipes the sweat from his brow and gets a better look at you. Why not forge bronze? Bronze will do in a pinch, don't get me wrong. It can take a beating and get bent back into shape, unlike this stubborn iron that we have. He glances at a pile of his work with dread. And we always have plenty of tin and copper lying around, so supplies aren't the problem. It's a rare smith who can churn out military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, it comes out soft. Look around camp. We're garbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses. Couldn't do that with bronze. They call the disfavored the Iron Legion for a reason. Strategy and skill may be our backbone, but our claws are made of iron. The good stuff that comes from the smiths in Lethian's Crossing. You mentioned an iron shortage. I'm afraid so. The last shipment that sent down in the Mittani went missing near Echo Call Crossing, and I'm afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley is sealed. Forgebound iron is Tunon's responsibility. Why is this the first I'm hearing of it? Keep your voice down. Isotanus flinches and lowers his own. Graven Ash doesn't want to cause a panic or pass any information to the Vendrian Guard. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting on a riverbed. Worst case, it ends up in enemy hands. If I find myself in Echo Call, I suppose I can keep an eye out. I appreciate that, as does the Great General. More than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for your help. It would be a boon to the war effort if our iron was recovered. You can trust me to handle this. I knew Tunon wouldn't have dispatched you without good reason. The court isn't exactly known for gambling when the stakes are high. He glances to a crate beside him and points out a small set of notches on the wood. See that? That's how we tell apart our iron shipments from the rest. Inconspicuous, so people don't go snooping around. You want to keep your eye out for these. Good hunting. Like to see your wares. Oh, so all of this is ridiculously expensive. I'm actually quite poor now. I'm assuming that's because of the training that I did. All right. And again, we do actually have quests to do. So we have... Speak to the Iron Marshal. I'm going to need to decide which of these I want to follow through on. One of the things I'll try doing is I'm going to try and minimize the travel time between things. So ideally, I'll be able to figure out which of these quests I want to do. Also, level up. Your character's earned enough experience to advance a level. With each level, your maximum health increases and your character is fully healed. You also increase one attribute of your character and purchase a new talent. Click on the level number on your character's portrait to spend your points or press C. Reputation ability. You have unlocked enough reputation to unlock a new ability. Open the reputation UI by pressing R to see the new ability available to your character. I think this is an old one. Yeah, it's definitely not with the factions. Most factions have abilities your character can acquire as you build reputation with them. In order to acquire these abilities, you must build enough favor or wrath with the faction. Reputation abilities are only granted to your character, not to other party members. Talking with companions. Once a companion joins your party, you can talk to them at any time by selecting the conversation icon on their portrait. Each companion who joins you will have important information about the world of Terratus and their own opinions on the factions and situations you encounter. Knowing how they feel about events will allow you to make choices that build your reputation with each companion. Companions will also interject their opinions into conversations you're having with other characters. How you respond to their statements will alter your reputation with that companion and others in the party. Stealth. Scouting mode is used for both stealth and finding hidden objects like traps and secret containers. While scouting, your character's selection circles will start to fill with yellow and when a hostile character is starting to detect them. Once the circle fills yellow, the character is suspicious and will move to investigate while the circle fills red. If the circle becomes fully red, your characters will be discovered. Several talents will grant your character bonuses when attacking from stealth. It is D-Pain. How are you doing? Thank you very much for your raid, and welcome, raiders. What were you playing tonight? It's funny, I was reading a little bit about Alex Garland the other day, and I was remembering I was actually also watching the movie Sunshine, which probably had me thinking about it. But it reminded me of the Ex Machina sort of podcast discussion that we had. So again, I don't want to undersell D-Pain's streaming abilities, but in fact I know him best now through the Pointless Discord podcast, which is very enjoyable to listen to on its own. He does that with someone I knew on Twitch who I don't think is really streaming that much, but obviously is still active, Apocalypse. But anyways, D-Pain is somebody who does a little bit of everything and actually is a lot of fun to just talk with. He has a great appreciation of sort of science fiction, both in terms of film and written. He's got a nice community, did a few cooking streams in the past, and I hear people talk about Grandia, but I've never seen it myself, so now I'm going to have to watch your VOD. Anyways, thank you very much for coming by. I don't know how many, either yourself or how many of your raiders are familiar with Tyranny, but this is my effort to try and get into proper isometric CRPGs without going all the way back to Baldur's Gate for the first one. But for those of you that like hearing me talk, there's going to be a lot of reading to do. And for those of you who don't like the talking, this may be an excruciating game. All right, and just a reminder in the goal here. Echo Cult Crossing must be taken before Kairos' forces can press their attack on Vendrian's Well Citadel. Help the disfavored subdue the rebels and take control of the crossing. Speak with the Iron Marshal at the disfavored camp to discuss how you should approach the battle for Echo Call Crossing. Yes, definitely falling. I don't recall how many of the Interplay people. So this is by Obsidian before they were acquired by Microsoft. And this was shortly after the success of Pillars of Eternity. So this is definitely following in sort of that Interplay style isometric CRPG, but I don't know quite what the relationship with Fallout is in terms of the overall history. But yeah, definitely a decent connection for sure. And this is, I mean, it's also just an interesting setting. So there's not a lot. I tend not to find there's that many Bronze Age set games. And the character creation is kind of interesting. So you'll build a character, but where you actually, you are, so the tyrant of the title is Kairos, who has effectively conquered the known world. And the character creation, the last part of character creation, is sort of the final 4 years of this conquest. And you make a series of decisions through that conquest that sort of shape your character and some of the events in the world. And I tend to find that that's kind of a more interesting way of doing characters, because if you think of it right, one of the things, at least when we think of stories that we enjoy, very often it's the actions that people take that sort of reveal the character. Whereas if you're playing an RPG, for understandable reasons, you'll sort of sit down and think of it as a bunch of stats. So while you don't want to completely ignore the stat part, right, that is also part of the game and part of the enjoyment that you get from it. I do think that there's something kind of interesting in terms of being able to still have your character creation elements, but to do so in the context of advancing the story, sort of talking a little bit about the events before the game. I mean, obviously character creation is part of the game, so you can't really say the events before the game, but before the main experience that you've sort of bought the game to play, it's kind of neat to just fill in those gaps. So it's helpful from an exposition point of view. It's an interesting way of generating characters. And I think it's not a bad way to sort of get, depending on, I guess, how you approach these games. But to me, I find it a little bit more helpful in terms of thinking of my character as more than just a collection of stats to sort of run around and have interactions with. All right. I did say I was going to take a look at the advancements. So I think I've already put the points in. We're almost on our way to our next level, it looks like. Huh, interesting. Don't just coddle the impact, push back with your shield. Take the momentum. Iron Marshal Eranos, field commander of the Disfavored, pounds her fist in the air as she calls out to the warriors on the training field. I said eyes on your opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost. The Disfavored officer turns to you, adjusting her pale golden surcoat. Judging from her uniform, this is the Iron Marshal Eranos, first among equals in the Iron Guard, Graven Ash's inner circle of trusted followers. Charged with being the duties of leadership, logistics, and training, there is rarely a quiet day for the second in command of the Disfavored Legion. As she clears her throat, need to stay on top of the troops or their skills will rust. It's for their own good, even if they don't believe it. How are your warriors reacting to the edict? Kairos' ultimatum has the camp on edge, some with dread, but most are rife with anticipation. She points to the men on the sparring field. We have a lot of brothers and sisters to avenge, and the warriors are eager to take out some aggression. I, for one, choose to see the edict as a blessing, for it forces the generals to act, and we're long overdue. So I don't know if I've actually finished the thought on it, but it's an interesting setting. I like how this... So the Bronze Age setting is kind of interesting. What I like about this is that it is original in its own way. So, there's some pretty clear historical parallels, particularly with Cyrus, that I don't even think it's a secret. I think that's more or less openly said about that being an inspiration for the game. But what I kind of like about this is that it... one thing that I found tough to get into with Pillars of Eternity was that they were really insistent on having perfectly ordinary titles spelled in different ways that made me sort of feel like there was going to be some sort of quiz that I was about to fail. So it's not enough just to have a Duke, it's got to be spelt D-U-C. And what I tended to find was that I was always trying to get a grip on the specialized terminology, whether, did this rank mean the thing that I thought it meant? And it really struck me that it was trying to set up this original world, but did so in a way that didn't really require some of the special spellings and such. And, obviously it was a very, very popular game, and it since spawned a sequel, which maybe wasn't as popular, and then Avowed, which is, sort of a first-person RPG. But I think for me, Tyranny has an interesting setting, but it didn't really feel like, we've called this Iron Legion the disfavored, right? And then there's the Scarlet Chorus. And, the Scarlet Chorus is read by this almost madman wizard, the Voices of Nerat, who seems to be able to steal people's consciousness. These are things that have their... Like, they don't need to have weird spellings to be interesting. They're just interesting on their own. And so in this sense here, I'm sort of like, yeah, I'd like to know a little bit more about this world, rather than the game sort of feeling very needy and just always sort of saying to me, it's like, see how interesting I am? I spelt Duke without a K. So I'm probably being unfair to Pillars of Eternity, but it's kind of revealed preference. I've found Pillars of Eternity difficult to get into, where I was actually quite looking forward to getting into this game tonight. So, anyways, I for one choose to see the edict as a blessing, for it forces the generals to act, and we're long overdue. It was mentioned you're short on warriors and need help. What's the situation? I have brigades amassing along Placid, Echo Call, and Littletooth crossings. The Vendrian Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but they cannot hold against a concerted three-prong attack. I have no right to give you orders, but... Her words falter, a short cough breaking her flow. But we all die to Kairos' edict should we fail, so I'm not about to let my pride blind me to the value of good help. This is the second major attack on the river, correct? What happened last time? Defeat in detail. We carved a bloody path up the river, but at that point, everyone who charged ahead was lost. We had no chorus backup. It was just a few disfavored squads. I can't tell you exactly how they were defeated, but we lost a whole assault team. She shakes her head, letting out a long, pained sigh. We found bodies washing up in the river for days. It's not often the Tearsmen put up such a good fight. It certainly made us reevaluate the number we'll need to take this valley. Really? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy and you just chose to disregard our warnings? We can pass out blame after the war. Only the Oathbreakers matter now. Quite right. Getting our emotions into the mix won't hasten the campaign. What's the value of taking the crossing? We can't just march from here to the Citadel with the Vendrian Guard manning the riverbanks. Fording troops and supplies, even through the narrowest points of the river, makes us vulnerable to attack, especially since our armor wasn't built for swimming. She points north, towards the mountain spire looming on the horizon. If we can take the river, we can have a clear march to the Citadel, and Ascension Hall will be ours in no time. Does Favored need my help? Trying to pour salt on my pride. We left Fort Resolution with 100 on 100, and there have been no reinforcements or reserves. I keep throwing warriors back into battle before they're properly rested. So yes, I need to rely on all our allies, especially since most of our allies are conscripted Tearsmen, worse than useless. If the Disfavored didn't take every opportunity to insult the Scarlet Chorus, perhaps you'd find our help more forthcoming. Shut your snout, filthy mongrel. I won't suffer childish japes in my camp. I see where this is going. I just proclaimed an edict to put a stop to this nonsense. Of course, we must all set aside our frustrations. The Overlord's edict tells us in no uncertain terms that the time for such bickering is over. She shakes her head, a short sigh escaping her. We have plenty of time to argue later. For the moment, our days are numbered. I will assist. Then our plan might work. The Iron Marshal lifts her gauntlet close to her face, shifting her eyes from you to the metal articulations. We're loath to work with those who do not share our training and our values, but we know that Tunon the Adjudicator selects only the most capable minds for his court, and I trust you will honor us all in the field. Antio will be leading the charge at Echo Call Crossing. Assisting you will be Barrack of the Stone Shields. She points to a heavily armored soldier standing sentry at the edge of the training field. Before you ask, no, the Forgebound weren't sloshed on Dappleseed when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms, and his armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise it's something of a curse. Tapping her helmet twice, Eranos signals to the hulking presence. Barrack, come meet the Fatebinder. The soldier that steps up to you better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and mismatched pieces of armor fused into a vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat, feces, and whatever oil treatment keeps him flexible.
Fatebinder, The Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone.
Nod silently. Beric returns your nod, silent save for the creaking articulations in his alloyed carapace.
Beric, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor?
Just a minute. You two know each other?
No. Oh, that is to say, yes. I'm already as familiar with this ironclad halfwit as I care to be.
She regards Beric with a mixed look.
We don't have time to trade jabs today, Verse. After the siege, you can throw as many tantrums as you please. I suggest that we remain focused on the mission.
No offense to the mission, but seeing you looking like a garbage heap and reeking of a mass grave is more amusing by far. Did you forget how to don your armor, or did Graven Ash leave you out in the rain?
Beric sighs, a frustrated growl shaking his iron enclosure of a suit. I don't believe we've been acquainted.
It's challenging enough to experience battle from a courtroom, much less remember the faces of your cohorts. I wouldn't expect you to know me under these accursed blades of rust.
He bangs on his malformed chest armor for emphasis. Fatebinder will be joining us in the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help, and more importantly, if my worries come true and the chorus tries to impede the mission, we'll have an observer from the court on our side.
Better to work with the Honorable Binder than some chorus children.
He nods to you, his armor creaking as he bends his neck. I ask that Beric accompany you there to arbitrate the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. Beric, you've been without a cohort since the last Battle of Stalwart. It's time we gave you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and leading training drills. She plants her hands on her hips and speaks in clipped official terms. Ash has assigned you to the Fatebinder's service. You're to assume this task as ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of this war, or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? Beric regards the Iron Marshal in oppressive silence. That's an order, Beric. She shakes her head and sighs, returning her focus to you. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. I hope you don't mind the company. I'm honored to have a member of the Iron Legion at my side. Excellent. I look forward to your success in the field. Alright, so we do have another dialogue option with Verse, so normally I kind of wanted to do... Actually, let's... Alright, unspent talent points, and we get to boost... So I'm figuring Beric's pretty obviously a tank. Resolve is kind of tempting because of the health. I think I'll give him some vitality just so he can take a punch. Yeah, he's going to be a proper tank. Okay, so Duelist, Skewer thrusts both her weapons into the target, penetrating armor, launch a burning arrow that sets foes on fire. Mocking Iron versus taunts her foes, enraging them and forcing them to attack her for a brief time. When an enemy strikes Verse, she gains a... Okay, so this is actually Verse as a tank. But I'm not crazy about having her as range, so... Oh, sorry, this is the points that I already have inside of it. Alright.
Yes.
Alright, so before we head out... How did you do that? Verse looks at you with a quizzical expression. Do what? Back in the Archon's war tent, you cast an edict as casually as reading a supply shipment. How did you do that? I've done it before. You cast the Edict of Fire on the Vellum Citadel. I heard about it. How Kairos' anger raised a volcano from under the sage's own fortress. That was some impressive work. Nod silently. Well, call me impressed. Considering that you've read the words of Kairos more than once, I'm surprised that you're even alive to tell of it. Your vocal cords should have turned to ash by now. I'm not trying to make you feel uncomfortable. It's just worth recognizing that what you've done. Not only are you Tunon's Fatebinder, you're the mouthpiece of the Overlord. Gives me plenty of reasons to stick around. You're going places, and I want to see where they lead. If you say so, I have some questions about you.
What do you need?
I want to ask about our travels.
What did you have in mind?
What do you think of our present circumstances? Well, there's an edict hanging over our heads. As far as I'm concerned, the incompetence of the disfavored got us into this mess, and it will take the fury of the Scarlet Chorus to get us out of it. In other words, nothing ever changes. What do you think of our travel companions? Anyone in particular? What do you think of Barrick? Well, I'll give him some due credit. He's far more complicated than he looks. He's still an intolerant and unapologetic bastard, but that's more his business than mine. Okay, so just a recap in terms of the things that I want to do. So we've got the Battle of Echo Call Crossing, which is primary. So ideally, I won't go for Echo Call Crossing quite yet. Taking the Outer Valley, the Scarlet Chorus are currently attempting to secure the Outer Ring of Vendrian's Well. You'll need to help them deal with rebel forces in the area before Kairos' armies can safely march on the Citadel. So at some point I want to visit the Scarlet Chorus camp. Forgebound Iron, a shipment of iron bound for the disfavored camp when missing somewhere around Echo Call Crossing. Isotanus, a blacksmith working in the disfavored camp, has a suspicion it might well have fallen into enemy hands. It would greatly benefit the disfavored war effort if they had iron to repair or forge new weapons. Isotanus has reason to believe that a settlement near Echo Call Crossing would be a good place to start looking for the missing iron. And Earthshaker reinforcements. Radix, leader of the Earthshakers, has been summoned from the Stone Sea to reinforce the Earthshakers already in the valley. However, there's been no sign of them since the valley was sealed. You agreed to investigate the last known location of these reinforcements and learn their fate. Travel to the Northern Clearing. Alright, so maybe I'll do the Northern Clearing first, because... and then we head to Echo Call. But then I'd also like to go to the Scarlet Chorus camp. So... we're currently at the disfavored camp. Alright. So yeah, Scarlet Chorus camp is on our way. It will take you 1 hour, 15 minutes to complete your journey from the disfavored camp to the Scarlet Chorus camp. Ambush. Your path is blocked by a small group of Vendrian Guard. You can go no further until you deal with them. Hey, new plan. I've not gone that much further than...
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
I think I've finished the Battle of Vendrian's Well. I seem to remember that I had some dialogue with Tunon, but I haven't really gone that much further. But yeah, I think, like, I wanted to try and do some kind of CRPG, and I had one in particular in mind, but it's also quite different from the standard one. So I felt that this was a nice little middle ground between sort of modern takes on this genre, but I didn't want to go all the way back to like Baldur's Gate 1 or Fallout or something like that. Not that I don't like, I'd like to play those at some point too, but this seemed to be one that I thought was interesting enough on its own, while still not deviating too far from the formula to be worth doing. That's far enough, Fatebinder. A woman's voice booms from the top of a nearby outcropping. The flashes of aquamarine body paint, the blue body pigment, bladed staff, I'll actually just, I'll read this out. Peek out from under her loose-fitting traveler's garb, and her outfit is festooned in braids and knots of sailor's line. The blue body pigment, bladed staff, and complex braided attire are the traditional trappings of the School of Tides. According to Fatebinder Rogalus, the majority of the schools fled before the coming of Kairos. The remainder were last seen during the first campaign in Vendrian's Well. The School of Tides traditionally studies the magic of water and grave light, in the art of directing the moon's arcane light into baleful, searing energy. Flanked on either side by warriors dressed in Vendrian Guard regalia, the woman leans on her elaborate bladed staff, pulsing with arcane energy. A swath of blue fabric rests draped over her arm. The blue flag is a symbol of diplomacy and truce recognized across most of the known world, and it is a custom the Tearsmen hold dear. To harm another person under the auspices of a blue flag is a grave offense. In both the Tears and in Kairos Empire, the customary punishment is death.
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
The woman bows deeply, lowering her head in practiced display of etiquette. The warriors by her remain in a ready stance, their nerves clearly on edge. In accordance with the ancient customs north and south, I abide by this truce.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos's way, but we must have hope. A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
One of the leaders of the attack on the Edgering Ruins, Tarkus Deimos, was subdued during the battle. In accordance with the Scarlet Chorus's request, you ordered Deimos conscripted into the chorus. Tarkus Deimos is with the chorus now.
Then if we see him again, it will have to be as enemies.
She looks to the warriors to either side of her, shaking her head.
If I may make one more inquiry. What of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
Though you rarely have the luxury of matching names to the countless Tearsmen you've encountered, you are reasonably certain she is asking about the Vendrian Guard warrior that took Drastus hostage at the Edgering Ruins. He did not survive the encounter. Palox Tyrell is dead. She nods slowly, saying nothing for a long moment.
My apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in vain from the start. I had no expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
I have some questions for you.
We shouldn't be socializing with Oathbreakers.
I will entertain them as best I can. After all, understanding is the only hope we have. What is it you wish to know?
Why do you resist Kairos? What are you trying to save?
I grew up without my knee bent to Kairos, and if I'm going to bow to someone, let it be another Tearsman. We've ruled ourselves just fine for centuries, so we'll give our lives so that our sons and daughters might rule themselves.
The Younger Realms were beset with constant battle. You'd prefer that to Kairos' order?
You make conflict sound like a bad thing. Yes, the Younger Realms saw frequent battles, but it was never this wholesale slaughter like we've seen of late. No Tearsman ever cast an edict on the soil, or forced prisoners to kill each other, or butchered beastmen tribes.
Only your daughters are really free in the Tears. Why fight against Kairos' equality? Yeah, we need more men in leadership roles.
There's freedom, then there's trusting idiots with power. Give a man 1,000,000 marauders, he'll lose sleep worrying over his neighbor's 1,000. I prefer my realms ruled by the braver sex. For centuries we've left the lands to the women, and the seas to the men. And we did plenty fine until Kairos came around.
What makes you think you have a chance?
Oh, we don't. Those who believed Kairos could be stopped all died years ago, in the first wave of fighting. It's not about the hope of victory. It's about the hope of inspiring others. It is very likely we will fall here in Vendrian's Well. But perhaps others will arise elsewhere.
A mage like you would not be the subject of such superstition and fear under Kairos' reign.
I doubt life is any better sworn to some mad Archon. I'd rather stand with my fellow Tearsmen. Or, I suppose, stand immediately behind them in the event of an attack.
At that remark, the soldiers flanking her exchange shocked looks. Ebb turns her focus to her compatriots.
Yeah, you heard me. Way things were years back, you'd all be calling me a water witch and conspiring to sell me out to the nearest sage. Just because I'm helping you stop Kairos doesn't mean I've forgotten the hospitality of ages past.
Sage, one of the longest surviving schools of magic in the Tiers, the School of Ink and Quill is a venerable institution devoted to the acquisition and preservation of knowledge, or so the sages profess, putting more of their energy towards amassing knowledge than disseminating it. They began their scriptorum in 17TR, and through a series of incremental expansions, the structure became the Vellum Citadel, only to be known as the Burning Library after Kairos' Edict of Fire brought ruination in 430TR. Not all sages know magic, but those that have mastered the guild's traditional spells can employ magic of protection and preservation. It is a poorly kept secret that the sages have gradually acquired a wide array of magic practiced by rival mage guilds over the generations.
And people wonder why the Tiersmen could never unite in time to fight back. It's refreshing to see that some things never change.
Let me ask you something else. How did you and your friends overthrow the garrison?
I would joke that the voices of Nerat left the gate unlatched, but dozens of warriors lost their lives taking the Citadel. There was no secret to it. We simply attacked with speed and certainty at a time when the Archons were elsewhere in the Tiers. The Scarlet Chorus had a rout, and what few disfavored soldiers were present made an impressive showing. But they were surrounded and overwhelmed once the chorus fled.
Who's in charge of this insurrection?
Listen to you. Thinking just like the Overlord wants you to think. There always has to be a person in charge, or things don't make sense. Well, we don't answer to anyone. We are each of us sons and daughters of the Tiers, and take this task upon ourselves freely. But Captain Tarkus Ari, former Falksman of Queen Vendry and Alanta, is the voice we trust when we seek unanimity.
I assume Tarkus Ari and Tarkus Demos are relations.
Yes. Deimos was Ari's brother. We were certain he was dead, but the captain takes family seriously, so I volunteered to find some answers. And now here we are.
Were there prisoner swaps in the past?
That is our way, Binder. Here in the south, only thugs and bandits kill prisoners. The younger realms may be guilty of constant fighting, but we never slay each other when the battle's long over. We're not about to change that now. As a rule, Kairos' forces haven't been keen on swapping prisoners. But I know our disfavored prisoners aren't prisoners anymore. I just assumed they were swapped for some of our own.
That's all.
Fair enough. But now a question for you. The Edict. I can feel its magic coursing through the air. Everyone can. But those of us enlightened to the currents of magic feel it most. The wording of the Edict. What was it?
Kairos' forces must take Ascension Hall by the Day of Swords, or all in the valley will perish.
In the name of the vaunted North, the will of Kairos should be delivered with blade and hammer, not to the ears of oathbreakers and compromisers.
Curious. You did say all in the valley. So the edict will affect Kairos' forces? This is most unexpected.
Her eyes widen at your words. Correct.
That is most troubling. So either the soldiers come to destroy and kill us, or the edict does the work. I suppose we should be so honored the Overlord is taking no chances on us.
Is this about the idea of, like, resting until the day passes and then delivering the edict so that they have, like, a full year to... Yeah. I believe, in fact, if you do that, Tunon will ask you about it when you talk to him afterwards.
I've another question for you, if you will entertain it.
Are we really standing here and chatting with oathbreakers? It's hard to watch, like cuddling a goat you're going to kill for dinner.
Ask your question, Heb.
When I was young, my parents told me the Tiers were special, and the Overlord's edicts and armies could never touch us. Seems I've been told a hefty sum of lies. So answer this honestly for me, please. Is it true that Tunon's fate binders can smell truth from falsehood?
Glare silently.
Well, if it were true, you'd happily brag about it, and if it weren't, you'd probably just sit there and bluff. There's my answer. And Kairos' edicts. I have heard the sages speak at length that some of the edicts elsewhere in the world have been broken. How is this?
It varies based on the wording of the proclamation. If Kairos provides a clause allowing the edict to end, that clause can be satisfied.
Ah, so some edicts are forever. The rest are, as long as Kairos has in mind? Needless to say, Kairos' magic is unlike anything we've seen in any Archon. And one more mildly self-indulgent question, but I simply must know. Kairos, male or female?
The Overlord is mother and father. The question is irrelevant.
Fine, fine. I've heard that answer before. Sorry I asked. You'll forgive, I hope, the questions. The Overlord and his Archons used to be things of legend. Now they're everyday maladies, and I'm eager to separate the truth from the lies I've been told by House and Guild. In accordance to our most ancient customs, let us depart in honorable accord. May peace find you, Fatebinder.
She bows deeply, pounding her staff on the ground twice before turning to leave. So, there are... generally what I like to do when I play games like this is to have a little bit of a personality in mind, or like a code. And in some cases there are... like, it doesn't have to be the same objective, or it doesn't have to be a one note point. But I generally like sort of thinking roughly about the type of character that I'm playing, the motivations that they might have, and generally to let that guide some of the decisions that I'll make in terms of dialogue. So one of the things that's kind of satisfying about that way of playing is that on occasion, it'll line up in interesting ways with the game's plot. So for instance, when I played Mass Effect, I'd actually only played Mass Effect 2 before. I'd not played the first or the third game. And so running throughout the story, you have your initial character creation, and I sort of had I played the Shepherd that sort of had this, 1 in a million last stand, and that was sort of the start of their adventure. And I kind of had in the back of my mind that was a particularly defining moment for their character, because they realized, for whatever reason, they became this sort of avatar. They became this this figure that people sort of pinned their hopes and dreams on, regardless of whether or not that was the right thing to do, or whether or not they actually had any special abilities. And that caused them to behave in a certain way. So essentially what that meant was, if there was ever a chance to be upright in public, there was basically an obligation to do that almost without thinking. And if it was in private, or if it was a particularly stressful moment, essentially breaking that through line would be sort of a revealing moment. And what I particularly liked was, because I didn't know how the games were ending, I know there was a lot of controversy around the ending to Mass Effect 3, which I think to a certain extent is just people wanted a bespoke ending that they didn't get. I actually thought it was quite satisfying, but as it turns out, the ending that I wound up going with was one in which they sort of make this ultimate sacrifice, and they become effectively a Reaper, and become this larger than life icon to cause humanity to act a certain way. So, like, to me, it was the perfect finish to that particular arc. Obviously, I'm trying to simplify 3 games worth of choices and motivation, but the thing on this is that I never articulated that as a reason for the character behaving that way in the Mass Effect playthrough. It just happened to be a way that I thought the game was interesting in terms of seeing what sort of fell out, almost. So likewise for the encounter here, right? There would be a way. I kind of know roughly how to game like Barrack and Verse. So like, if you just try to ingratiate yourself with Verse, I think you will actually wind up losing some loyalty with her. And then in terms of Barrack, you always want to be sort of a straight arrow. But I'm not necessarily that worried about losing loyalty or fear, because ultimately my loyalty, at least within the context of the mission right now, is with Tunon. And on top of that, in that particular encounter, I didn't actually necessarily see it as being a problem discussing with the Tearsman. One, because I have a diplomatic background. And then, of course, number two, if you notice most of the answers, I debated a little bit about the edict. I'll maybe explain the reasoning behind that. But most of the material was designed in terms of maximizing the information that I got from them and then revealing as little as possible, right? So this is almost kind of an intelligence mission. So when Ebb is asking whether or not we can detect lies, I didn't say anything on that one. And the reason for saying the edict, even at the expense of Barrick not liking the idea, the idea here is that this is Kairos's territory. This is a rebellion, right? And so Kairos's edicts will be declared on Kairos's land. And frankly, whether or not these people acknowledge themselves as Kairos's subjects must hear the edict. Also consistent with what I did at the Vellum Citadel in terms of warning or advising that the edict was about to be announced, letting the spies get out, and of course, letting the scholars at the fortress decide how much they wanted to stick to their convictions. So again, this may lead to an uninteresting playthrough, but I found this is an interesting way to do, for me at least, interesting way to do RPGs. I like the idea because, one, I don't feel the need to be a single note character, but at least having in mind what the code for the character would be. To me, it leads to situations where, when you behave a little bit differently, that's sort of a revelation of character. I've never played the game all the way through, Masoabi, but I have done this first bit because I think when it first came out, actually, I think I got to back to the Bastard City in Tunon's court, and then I just kind of got busy with other things, so... You can make out the faintest outline of a soldier's arm in the bottom of this pond, a victim of a previous battle in the area. Oh, you've not played the game yourself? Or, well, sorry, when you say same boat, obviously it implies some level of gameplay, but not the full thing. The grasslands of the Tiers stretch far throughout the land. Much of it remains uninhabited and unclaimed by any faction.
You didn't see nothing.
Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, just seeing if I can loot the region before I move on. I'm a little late taking a break. I am going to need to get something to drink in a little bit, but... Ooh. Missives. You've received a missive. Missives are short messages carried by birds between distant parts of Kairos' empire. Click on the missive icon or press V to open the missive interface and read your message. The will of Kairos. Solon, word has reached this court that you have issued the Overlord's edict to the Archons of War and Secrets. Know that we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you show in its declaration. Provided you survive this span, your service will be duly recognized. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies and mutual antipathy of the Overlord's War Masters, remember that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise in the Overlord's esteem. Even now, the Northern Courts whisper that the more successful of the two Archons will be granted rule over the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decisions you make. Choose wisely. Tunon the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice. Thank him for the advice. Archon Tunon, allow me to express my deep appreciation for this opportunity. Few in the Empire have had the honor of treating with Archons, and fewer still of reading the empowered words of the Overlord. I endeavor always to emulate your exemplary foresight and judgment. I remain in all things your faithful servant, Fatebinder Solon. You try playing like 3 times, but you usually stop outside the first camp. When you initially played it, I wanted to play a necromancer, but you learned that you couldn't, so you lost interest. Trying again as a spearsman to see if I enjoy it. Interesting. Yeah, this does seem to be sort of... I mean, I guess there's like histories and things like that, but there doesn't really seem to be classes in the game in any standard way. But the thing is, I actually haven't done a lot of games like this, so I don't know, like... I'm not quite sure how much attention I'm supposed to be putting on the combat relative to, say, the, like just sort of letting the story wash over me. Like I haven't played it on story mode, so I'm assuming that there's some teeth to the combat. But on the other hand, like I've never really felt that the point of these is to like really agonize over all of your strategic choices in the game. You need to waddle out and start prepping for sleeps. Have a rockin' night and toodles, everyone. Thank you very much, it is D-Pain. Thank you again for your host. And let me just take a quick second here to shout you out again. Always nice to have you in here. I feel like I feel like you spend much more time in my chat than I do in yours, and so I really appreciate that, and I appreciate you sharing your audience with me, and particularly those of you who still stuck around. All right, so I'm gonna go to the Scarlet Chorus camp, and before we go into the camp, I'm going to take a small break just to get some maybe tea and some water. It will take you 45 minutes to complete your journey from the wilderness to the Scarlet Chorus camp. You can smell it already. All right, so I'm just going to tab out to put the break sign on. I will leave you with the... I actually quite like the soundtrack to this. Apparently they got a full... yeah, 45 minutes. I have enough time to dry the leaves out. Oh, wait, I'm going to need to mute the mic as well. But yeah, so I'm going to try and keep it reasonably short, but I do need to put the kettle on and boil it, so it'll probably take me, probably 7 to 10 minutes. But we will be back. I have no idea what kind of time it's going to take. I'm about halfway through the stream today. We really just got through the camp, and we're just starting the Scarlet Chorus camp now. But on the other hand, like I kind of like letting the world wash over me. So I don't know. I feel like, as beautiful as all of the scenery is, I feel like probably some of the enjoyment is. Some of the enjoyment is about watching drinking in the story. So I'll not dawdle, but I am going to need a minute just to get everything ready to go. So I will see you all in a little bit. All right, thank you everybody for your patience. The tea's still steeping, but I at least have some water to tide me over. If nothing else, it'll help me keep going with the dialogue. Actually, it occurred to me it may not be bad to get some training for Barrack. Hey, Index Gnome, good to see you. All right, let's... Whoops.
Our enemies. Sorry, I can't.
Take another step, I'll pin your foot to the dirt. It proves everything, the warrior slams her fists together in a resounding clap. Like, for instance, whether you're fit to lead that flock of children. Behind her, the members of her gang posture with weapons held at the ready. Did you not hear the news of the edict? This is a foolish distraction. We ought to be fighting, saving our fight for the enemy. The chorus warrior looks to his gang, giving them a quick nod. Say nothing. And with the next battle being so important, all the more reason your warriors should follow me when the time comes. She lifts a lock of hair away from her face with a bronze dagger, smiling wickedly as the blade hovers close to her eye. Probably about another 90 minutes or so, Index Gnome, so not like super long, but I guess it depends how far away the store is. But I do hope to see you around. I will maybe just give a maybe it's now is not a bad time for me to just tell everyone, particularly the subs in here. I'm going to be out of the country for a large part of August. So, you know, obviously the incentive for me is to maximize the subs and things like that. But the challenge with Twitch is that the subs are forward looking, right? So if you sub and then I don't do anything for that month, you know, Twitch is just going to tell you too bad. So as much as I can, I wanted to let people know that I will do as much as I can, and what I'll maybe try and do when I have the opportunity to do so overseas, I'll try and do like a reading stream or something like that. But just for those of you who care or who are going to be making a sub decision based off of that, just a heads up. Well, you don't live in the Canadian wilderness. The store is not that far away. Okay, so it probably won't take you 90 minutes. Anyway, sorry. I just, before I went too far into the game, I figured I should get that disclaimer out of the way. But yeah, I will. I'm sure I'll see you when you get back. But thank you for stopping by, and I hope your run isn't too taxing. Then it seems we have no other way about it. With a nod to his gang, he readies his weapon. Care to wager on this fight? I could use a few rings. Why not? Might as well win with a string as I gut her and take her gang. He spits a wad of blackish, vagrant chaw toward Quiet Shiv's feet. A sharp, vicious grin cuts across her face. You're welcome to try. I bet's 5 bronze rings on Quiet Shiv. The soldier offers a quick, solemn nod. Come on, who of you will be the first to meet my blade? The gang leader tosses her knife from one hand to the next. What are you looking at? Hey, I want my $5. Is a chorus ground. State your business or get lost. A rotting body bearing the Scarlet Chorus war paint is skewered upon a wooden pike. The guard places her hands by her belt as you approach, gripping the hilt of a blade. Past this point is chorus territory, and you don't look like someone's conscript. You sure you're in the right place? I'm Solon, Fatebinder of Tunon. I'm here to help vanquish the Oathbreakers. You know, I think I was told to expect somebody, but you seem too ugly to be him. Her lips crumple into a smirk. Why exactly should I let you in? And more importantly, what's that hulking ton of iron doing here? The guard gestures at Barrack with a sneer. Step in close and push her down. Before she can draw her blade, you advance, place your foot behind hers, and give her a stiff shove of the shoulder. Caught off balance, she tumbles backwards, triggering an outburst of laughter in the other guard. I can't believe you sassed the Fate Binder. You're such a stupid ponce. Didn't I tell you we had a special guest coming? The guard waves you in with a smile. Come in, and don't let the ninny shitters in the camp give you any guff. A scroll sits here, glowing with mystical energy. We've learned the Sigil of Illusion. Those who master the Sigil of Illusion are skilled in the arts of deceit and trickery, using its powers to misdirect and confuse their targets at critical moments. Often derided by combat mages for its inability to kill outright, those who specialize in illusion know its powers can turn the tide of any battle. It merely requires someone smart enough to know how to use it. Spectral blur. Mask the target in blurred illusion, making them harder to hit. I don't hate this option, I just need to have a think in terms of... So false pit. Conjure an illusion of an endless black pit below the target, convincing them that they are falling to their death. The enemy is left prone until they can make sense of the illusion. Interesting. So that does damage. Interesting. Basically what I want here is something that Barrack can use, but apparently I can't give him the full force. I believe it's fifth I'm supposed to speak to, but I'm just going to take a minute here. Yeah. These arrows are splintered, they're fletching mottled, they were likely pulled from corpses. You? As much as an accusation as a question, the broad-shouldered woman shakes her head with a scowl. So you're Tunon's Fate Binder. I was expecting something more impressive. She bows in spite of her misgivings. Death knell, Scarlet Fury. My time is yours for as long as it amuses me. Fighter effortlessly spins a bronze sword about in her hand. Let's get one thing clear. Stick to your words in law. Leave the fighting to the grown adults. Your corpse would just be a tripping hazard for those of us who have a proper bit of carnage sport. We've got enough useless twats dying in for our name as it is. All our Horde recruits seem good for, of late, is piling a shit-reeking mound on the battlefield. She hums low to herself and flips her sword side to side with several deft flicks of her wrist. Keeps up, we'll have to toughen our recruitment standards. Again. Now, what do you need? You said something about the Horde thinning? Swelling until it's thundering, then crashing and receding. It's been the way of the chorus for as long as I've been in it. She offers us a one-shouldered shrug, ambivalent if anything, but more likely just uncaring. We take our prisoners alive, give them a chance yet to live, to be reborn into something better, putting any and every able body to the sword like the disfavored do nothing but like the disfavored do is nothing but a waste. A conquered enemy is but a new ally. It merely requires the proper coercion. Of course, we do sometimes have the problem of lingering loyalties. Deserters are rarely successful in their escape, but they do try. The Vendrian Guards, strengthened by their numerous blood ties, have been particularly stubborn. So, I have a better plan hatched. What might that be? I'm thinking we redouble our efforts to recruit settlers, focusing on the unaligned and unsuspecting, instead of flushing ourselves to the gills with oathbreakers claimed from the battlefield. How exactly do you plan to convince them? A knife point has well sufficed enough in the past, but you've inspired me to try a more diplomatic approach this day. What do you say, Binder? You might be able to ease them into the idea and save the lives of their friends and neighbors in the process. If it means expediting the end to this meandering conflict, so be it. The Fury howls a satisfied laugh and smacks you dead on the back. My methods are surefire. You'll see. I'll mark the settlement on your map. She grins, biting her bottom lip bloodied. I can't wait to see the outcome of your efforts. What were you expecting? Let's see. Deathnell counts on her fingers, conducting some mental tally. From your deeds during the conquest to how you've helped us since then, I expected a mountain, a warrior of colossal size who would shout a rampart wall into submission. But you'll do just fine. Insult me again, and I'll bury that blade in your belly before you can scream. She peels a surprised but pleased laugh at your threat. Tapping the flat of her blade against her thigh, she cants her neck until it audibly cracks. Maybe there's something more to you fate binders after all. What can you tell me of the Scarlet Chorus? We are the voices of Nerat's glory made manifest. In the chorus, strength rises and the weak feed the soil. Deathnell smiles, standing tall as she extols the army. Our ways terrify the cowardly and shock the naive, but our traditions exist to offer promise and prestige to those fit to claim it. We abandon all petty rules for one simple law: the strongest must lead. What is your role in the Scarlet Chorus? Deathnell frowns, her eyes narrowing. Do you not recognize a Scarlet Fury when you see one? We're the warrior spirit of the chorus, scholars of sword and shiv. She folds her arms, puffing out her chest. In peace, we train those tough enough to endure our lessons, but wise enough to learn from the best. In battle, it is our duty to slay our foes and inspire the horde with our skill and bravery. Deathnell clicks her tongue, looking aside to the others in the camp with an eye roll. We are the fearless vanguard of this confused but glorious rabble. How has military life treated you so far? Oh, it's wonder of wonders. I eat what I want, I shit where I want, I kill who I want. Sometimes I even combine pleasures. She winks at you. My enthusiasm for the work brought me here. A decorated Scarlet Fury veteran, eh? But I'm looking for advancement. If it means killing one of the gang bosses, I'm not above taking a swing at someone bigger than me. They can be bigger than you. Just make sure they don't hit harder than you. Wise words, sister. The barrel is full of murky red water. Severed limbs bob under the greasy soup skin. Battle plans are scribbled over a blood-stained map of the tiers. Arrows point towards the inner ring of Vendrian's Valley, and small circles are drawn around the citadel. Many of these provisions are withered with rot.
Curious.
Hail, Fatebinder of Tunon. The disfavored officer pounds a heavy gauntlet against his chest in a stiff but warm greeting. Were I a betting or superstitious man, I'd say fortune must favor me today. I am not. But I'm pleased to meet you all the same. Now what brings you to my little slice of personal damnation, otherwise known as, he spreads his thickly gloved hands wide, this here mud and shit-stinking chorus camp? Have you anything you'd like to report, soldier? Maybe you've noticed something unusual during your time here. He cants his head to one side, taken aback. What about the chorus isn't unusual? The army itself is a strange malnourished beast. But no, the screamers seem mostly in order, sir. And I haven't been spying, if that's what you're implying, sir. Still as a post, he studies you sharply, scarcely appearing to breathe. Of course, even if I was, it'd be damn near impossible to learn anything from this shit sty. Fifth Eye and those damn Furies don't even loop me in enough for me to do my detail, and it's not for lack of trying on my part. What do you mean? I'm not just here to keep a steady eye on the Oathbreakers, who give me far too much freedom after who they give far too much freedom after conscripting. I'm here to be a resource for the benefit of both armies. I can provide insight regarding proper stratagem and request a stock of troops from Iron Marshal Arenas for reinforcements if needed, but they won't listen to me, nor confide in me, nor fight beside the brethren I could request. Where are you stationed with the chorus? From the way most of my days go, you'd think I was here to row with the Blood Cantors and Scarlet Furies, but my post is to represent the disfavored's interests before Fifth Eye and the Scarlet Chorus for Iron Marshal Arenos. Not that I've gotten to do much of either in the last span. What do you think of the Scarlet Chorus? They're rabid dogs, the lot of them. I've seen a screamer racing headlong into battle like a hound chasing a winter hare. Ever seen? I have, and I can tell you more often than not, it's the screamer that winds up skinned and gutted. Leave the campaign to the chaos, that's the chorus, and we're doomed. You act like it's a punishment to be assigned to this detail. Isn't it? I know I fucked up to get here. Got 3 days in the hole, a nice little promotion to go with my new post. Well, I won't be making the same mistake twice when it comes to the Iron Marshal. He juts his chin towards the distant valley. I should be out there, fighting for Ash's glory, not standing here, ready to run back and report should something ever finally fucking happen. What exactly did you do to end up here? Made the grave mistake of suggesting the Iron Marshal wasn't fully utilizing the Scarlet Chorus. Well, here I am, a liaison's officer to a camp of liars and cheats who'd sooner gut me than ask for my aid. Guess she showed me. Our lives are at risk, and even then you can't get along with the chorus? Begging your pardon, sir, but I've never fought a battle where my life wasn't on the line. He shrugs. Kind of the nature of war, isn't it? Farewell. Fifth Eye must authorize all prisoner visits. Small marks have been painted onto this corpse, marking certain body parts as more difficult targets than others. These spears are brittle and rusted. Stench of piss and fecal matter emanate from this tent, one clearly not used for rest. Oh, I don't know, I can think of a couple people I'd like to stick in that. I want my $5 back.
Can't do that. Will do.
How does he drop anchor if he can't take his armor off? Well, look who we have here. Chewing on some manner of cud, a heavy-set soldier flings spittle and crumbs as he talks. The Fatebinder finally shows himself. I'm Reg, the second soldier chimes in, and this is Baz. We were wondering when you might pay this camp a visit. Fifth Eye's been a little starved for attention. He ordered us to watch you like a troublesome babe. Make sure you don't get out of line. Baz knits her fingers together, joints cracking as she smiles. Red clears his throat loudly, scowling at Baz. Something like that. If you have questions, ask us. Good luck finding anyone else in camp who will give you answers, or even a smile. Is there anything we can do for you? Tell me about yourself, Baz. I was a sellsword at the beck and call of fat merchants. Just another dented face in the crowd. After too many years of spilling blood in local skirmishes, I realized that I was only killing time. Then Kairos showed me a better way. Unity. Purpose. Now I fight for something. Not just someone. I've been watching the Scarlet Furies, practicing my blade work. Not good enough to join them yet, but I could show you a thing or two. Tell me about yourself, Reg. Had a family, a farm. The chorus came and, well, now I have the chorus. Priorities change when you hear screams in the night and feel a blade pressed to your neck. Things like farms or families don't seem as important. I used to have nightmares thinking about the culling. Felt awful remembering how I hacked my ma and dad to bits just so I could survive. When the Scarlet Chorus conscripts a village, they hold a ceremony known as the culling. Every able-bodied man, woman, and child is given a weapon and forced to fight their family and friends to the death. Those who survive are deemed strong enough and free from old ties to join the army of the Voices of Nerat. Red eyes, shadowed for a moment with sorrow, take on a feverish gleam. The fifth eye heard me howling one night, pulled me out of the horde, and took an interest in me. Now I'm studying magic, calling fire from nothing. If my ma and dad could see me now, they'd be so proud. Tell me about your time in the Scarlet Chorus. Reg and I were conscripted at the Gates of Judgment. He used to fight for Aachen, me for Azure. Baz chuckles, sketching her thin chin in thought. How many fights we survived so far? 11? Reg begins to count in a series across his fingers. Nah, 14. I count each day in sunders separately. Courses, Baz looks around the camp and shrugs. Not as bad as it smells. Strong like me and Reg, we're allowed to take what we want, what we deserve. We live only as well as our strength affords us, as it should be. We can tell me about Fifth Eye. Reg trades an uncomfortable glance with Baz and lowers his voice to a whisper. They say that he shares a direct link with the Voices of Nerat. Guard your tongue around him. He's a little wild, bloodthirsty, mad. Baz thinks for a moment. Brilliant. Reg flinches and glances over his shoulder. I was going to say eccentric. The chorus isn't picky about who joins the ranks, so you can expect to find some unusual types. Most are as likely to kill you as promote you. What do you know about Vendrian's Well? These walls might seem imposing, but the Vendrian Guard do a better job of hiding its weaknesses than fixing them, she shrugs. We took the Citadel once before. We can take it again. We have to, don't we? Reg looks up at the imposing tower of the spire. Though Kairos knows I don't want to stay any longer than necessary. She follows his gaze and shakes her head. You should know better than to parade your cowardice before the Fatebinder. It's not cowardice, it's superstition. You're afraid of the spire? Sorry, Fatebinder, I shouldn't have mentioned anything. He sighs. Fact of the matter is, we're told to stay away from the spires and old walls ever since we were babes. Of all the dumb childhood lessons that fell by the wayside, that one stayed the same. Imagine a soldier of the chorus pissing himself over architecture. More like what's underneath it, Reg frowns. The Bane lurk around those old sites and kill anything they can catch unawares. I've no wish to meet the Bane in combat unless there is 100 blood chanters at my back. She twists her lip into a frown as she considers this. Me neither, I suppose. Alright, let's see what Baz can teach. Let's dance binder. So it's just Barrack here. I can't see any of these being helpful, though, so we'll leave that aside. I also just don't have that much money. Alright, so I could definitely see myself training in more lore in the future, but for these, again, I don't really see the value in teaching Barrack any of that stuff. These threadbare tents show signs of hard use and long-term exposure to the elements. Upon noticing your approach, the merchant straightens his posture and smiles. What an honor! My name's Snigler Dagos, originally from the relative tranquility of the Northern Empire. I've since accepted a nomadic life for the sake of keeping Kairos' forces supplied with only the finest goods, local and imported. I see your wares. It's not much, but let me know if you see anything that piques your interest. So because I'm running short on money, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea for me to try and sell some of this stuff. We should probably try to equip some of this stuff first. I'll maybe wait till I have a full party before I start giving up some items, but... 1 quickness, no matter how fast they move, these bangles will never make a sound. Probably something for verse, but at this point I'm happy to make the Fatebinder the keeper of the valuable stuff. So I won't I don't think I'm going to do the heavy bronze ridge helm yet. I'm kind of looking for, as much as I can, sort of strict improvements. So right now I've got the commander's will, I've got the like leather armor basically, so this heavy armor is gonna slow me down a little too much. And we've got Barrack in the party, so it's not like I need someone to, it's not like I need to be absorbing lots of hits. So Warren's short bow might go to verse. Same story. It's all too heavy. Horde bracers are kind of interesting. Slightly better deflection. Worse better recovery. DPS I shouldn't care about though, and I imagine precision's more important if I'm going to be doing damage. So head wrap, not as good. Yeah, so obviously some of this stuff is just not worth spending too much time on. Okay, so Tearsman Spinevo versus... basically the same. Presumably the armor's not going to be helping me here, so... although, maybe the wrap? I don't think I need to worry about the head wrap quite yet. And then for Barrack, basically it's trinkets and weapons. But we can still take a look. So Rot and Ruin seems to basically be the same as the disfavored Iron Sword. But what's the story here? Eradicating. Charges low health enemies with energy, triggering a violent explosion on death. So, I mean, I suppose that is an improvement over the disfavored Iron Sword. Although maybe I keep that in his inventory. Right, sorry. For some reason I thought we had daggers, but we don't. Okay, I'm happy enough with that setup. The Binder of Tunon arrives, squealing with a teenager's timbre. The Fifth Eye's voice makes your gums itch and your fingernails feel in need of a trim. And we just finished having a bit of sport with some captives. But worry not, we'll have more fun with another batch momentarily. Dressed in the bronze-red regalia of the Crimson Spears... Crimson Spears are the personal gang of the Voices of Nerat. These top enforcers of the chorus answer only to the Archon of Secrets, and all gang members must follow their orders as if they were the words of the Archon of Secrets himself. In contrast to the poorly equipped mobs they command, the Crimson Spears are armed with fine bronze and rigorous training, and their skills are regularly tested by rivals for their status. In the Scarlet Chorus, even the top gang leaders must be ready to prove their strength if they wish to lead. The Fifth Eye beckons you to stand close, wagging a blood-spattered glove. Have you come here to order the Scarlet Chorus to die so that the disfavored might live? That was how you played it back at the Vellum Citadel, after all. Typical reasoning of a Northman. Disfavored lives matter more than conscripts, no? Yeah, I wound up in the same boat, Index Gnome. I mean, it's a tricky one for me from a stream point of view. So in one sense, if people like hearing the reading, it's a great choice. But for people who want a little bit more action, it's like one of the worst ones I could play. So the fact that I'm sort of alternating off and then doing Cyberpunk on the Fridays is it's a nice enough balance. But this is also just to sort of set up for other CRPGs in the future. I try not to be like a single note, but I definitely like to do a little bit more when the opportunity comes. Now that you have issued this edict and doomed us all to die, have you come to help us climb out of this hole? Chirps of laughter emanate from under his mask. I trust you're getting your warriors ready for battle. We know the Oathbreakers are focused in the citadel beneath the mountain spire, but we have learned this is not their only nest. The fifth eye wags a hand in the air with a high-pitched squeal of displeasure. Given their pattern of attacks, they must have a second group maintaining camp here in the outer valley, and unless we deal with this second group, they'll attack from behind the moment we cross the river. Remain silent. My last group of scouts returned with a new batch of prisoners, and one of these prisoners claims she can lead us to the Vendrian Guard's secondary camp, though there are shreds of deception in her voice. I could use your help in questioning this Varia Kell. Perhaps you'll get less screams and tears, but more useful information out of her. If we knew where to ambush the Oathbreakers, we could try to take their captain and show him the wisdom of joining the chorus. I'll speak to the prisoner. I'll meet you there. She's waiting by the other prisoners. Interesting. Was it maybe as part of a Humble Bundle or something? Deal with this Varia before we let that sage speak. Quarman, let the Fatebinder speak with our catch of the day. Very well, Fifth Eye. Please, someone! I wish to bow before the voices of Narat. I thought all could find redemption in the chorus. A woman in the makeshift armor of the Vendrian Guard lurches forward in agony. Her soiled, trembling leg suggests that she has been forced to stand for days. This one, he flippantly waves at the prisoner, was hollering earlier that she knows the location of the Vendrian Guard encampment, but she isn't being entirely honest. I told this thing, the prisoner turns pale for a moment before a look of determination comes over her face, that I wanted to guarantee I'd live and be welcomed into the chorus as a captain. Then I'll talk. Otherwise, they'll just kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join the Vendrian Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. You claim that you would disavow your people for the Scarlet Chorus. Why the change of heart? Dorfromantic looked quite good, actually. Have you been enjoying it? Because I want to live, and you don't need to be the Archon of Premonitions to know that the younger realms are gone for good. She blinked several times, catching her breath. Kairos is the new strength of the Tears, and I'd rather stand with his Archons than be crushed by them. Why should I trust the words of an Oathbreaker? I suppose I have no answer for that. Varia's eyes fall to the ground as she swallows nervously. When I joined with the Vendrian Guard, I accepted their broken vow unto myself. Have you not felt passion for a foolish cause, when you later came to regret? Well, my surrender is sincere. I'm willing to bow before the voices of Narat to prove it. Tell me what you know, and I can see to your release. I heard the chorus is looking for Captain Pelox Forian and his crew. I can lead you to them, but only if you release me. She turns her head, taking a long look at skewered and smoldering corpses around her. She tugs at her restraints, but to no avail. You're lying. Why don't you tell me what you actually know, and I'll see about saving you? Well, you see, shaken by your demand, her lips move wordlessly for several seconds. So I don't know exactly where the rest of my crew is, but I can tell you. She shakes her head, catching her breath. Search that one. She reaches up with her right leg and points with her foot, calling attention to a nearby pile of corpses. The tall, dark one, missing most of his face. Check his left boot. He was a literate one in our crew. He had the orders. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of choirmen yank the boot off the fallen guardsman. A rolled parchment slides out of the boot and is thrust into the Fifth Eye's hands. He unfurls the scroll to give it a read. It's nonsense, just a mash of words. Laughter erupts from under the mask. She said she had information, and she gives us garbage. Slay this wretch for wasting our time. He snaps his fingers at a nearby Scarlet Fury, who promptly snatches a long knife from her belt. I heard her say she'd swear fealty to the voices of Narat. An initiation rite would be in order. Seeing as you are an expert on the subject of fate, I will entertain your wisdom on the matter. What, then, would you propose we do with her? Point to the other two prisoners. Let's test her loyalty. Vrya, kill these guardsmen with something blunt. Vrya looks at the prisoners, once her allies, and closes her eyes as her bonds are untied. The onlookers snicker and cheer when a heavy rock is placed in her hands. Mouthing something inaudible, she lifts the rock high above her head and smashes it down on the prisoner's skull, wincing back a scream as she hoists the stone over her head a second time to finish the job of the other prisoner. The bloody rock hits the ground, and Vrya slumps to her knees in defeat a moment later. Good, good! The Fifth Eye places his bloodied hand on the trembling woman's shoulder and nods to her. Welcome to the Scarlet Chorus. Do not fail us. As a pair of soldiers come to lift Vrya, the Fifth Eye turns to you, his voice filled with glee. Where's a slave to clean up the offal when you need it? I thought the initiation would get me a little more favor with the chorus, but we're no closer to finding the Oathbreaker's position, not with this cryptic mess. She promised us answers, and all she gave us was gibberish.
Sorry to interrupt, but I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
The voice comes from another prisoner tied up next to Vrya, an older gentleman with the quills, ink vials, and parchment scrolls one finds on the sages of the School of Ink and Quill. Ink smudges cover his cheeks, temples, and ears. His clothes appear charred, and between the rips of fabric you spot burn scars along his arms. Despite being emaciated and tied to a post, he offers a beaming smile. Show him the parchment. Can you read this?
Let me see. I can't.
You hold the parchment in front of the bound sage, and his eyes dart down the length of the missive. He reads the words a second time, nodding in silence.
I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time. Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
A few hours? Either you can read it or you cannot. What use is a sage that doesn't know his letters? I've heard all I need to hear. I say we have some fun with this one. Your life depends on translating this scroll now.
I would love to help. I just need some time. That's written in another sage's shorthand. I'd have to sit down with it, or better yet, compare it to a piece of his writing I have stashed on me somewhere. If I sat down with it while sufficiently sober, it's highly probable I'd figure it out.
Sober? Since when do we share the good stuff with the prisoners?
Oh, nobody shared. Right before I was taken prisoner, I imbibed several vials of reagents. I wanted to be numb and disconnected when my captors used me for carnal catharsis. It's made these last few days tied to a post almost enjoyable.
Can't hurt to give him a few hours. You read the edict. I don't need to tell you the sundial is working against us. This addled old bag is just trying to stall us. The voices of Narat will be upset to know that you squandered a source of enemy intelligence. How true. then we shan't put him to waste. He will serve as a most riveting source of amusement as we put him on trial.
Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But you are a servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
Fine, but I'll be his champion. This one needs to live.
Good. I like it when Tunon's puppies get their paws dirty.
I wouldn't mind taking a swing at some loudmouth chorus braggarts myself.
Did you hear that, brothers and sisters? Raising his arms to the sky, the fifth eye roars for all nearby to hear. Trial by combat is upon us. The sage is unbound from his post. Stiff legs nearly buckle as he attempts to walk, and his arms flex and flail in their new freedom. Wiping sweat and grime from his brow, the sage steps close to you with a nervous smile. Rhythmic roaring and stomping of hundreds of feet in unison flood the camp. Hordsmen begin to circle and swirl about, brandishing weapons and cheering. If they got this worked up to fight the enemy, I venture the war would be over by now. Begin the chant of gathering. Let the warriors know that tonight's entertainment will soon commence. Brothers and sisters, who amongst you sets the standard for strength? Who amongst you will help winnow the weak from the strong? Fifth Eye waves his hands in the air, drawing in a gathering of chorus soldiers. Our claimants have been assembled. Now let the trial of the Oathbreaker begin.
Fire!
All right, my best bet here is to freeze. Restoring touch, Titan's touch. You fool.
I don't know about you, but...
All right, well. Looks like my tank's fighting at the edge of the edge of the battle.
Fighting someone!
So I should get him to taunt.
Raven Ash protects. Right.
By the righteous shedding of blood, we've found our answer. Regrettably, it appears the sage is worthy of leaving our camp alive. Fifth Eye offers a short, mocking bow to Lantry. By the customs set forth by the voices of Narat, you are free to go, old man. Brag to your grandkids that you fell afoul of the chorus, yet lived to tell the story. Now we see if this old man was worth the effort. Or are you hurt? What do I want to say? Gracious Fatebinder, the sage holds his hands up, cowering backwards. I'm humbled that you would put yourself at risk for me. I assure you, you have my full obedience and cooperation. I thought I'd die tied to that post. The sage looks down at his rope-worn wrists in disbelief. Now hand me that parchment. I'm certain I can decipher it. Well, much of the parchment was weathered, but I could make out important parts of the text. The note makes mention of a meeting spot west of Tripnettle. So the old sage knows his words after all. I'd ask that you travel ahead and see if you can't get this Captain Florian to yield to the chorus. They will strike at first sight of a chorus gang, but perhaps they will parley if yours is the face they see. I know the area, and I suggest we go at once. I'll show you the way. I'm eager to be far from the stench of this camp. Slow down. Introductions might be in order. My apologies. I guess we skipped past that part. I'm Sage Lantry, formerly of the Vellum Citadel. Now, well, nowhere, I guess. You're offering to come with me. Why? Because the alternative is what? Living here with these illiterate brutes? My old study is under a river of fire, and there's no family missing me. Besides, I'd much rather chronicle the binder that twice proclaimed an edict of Kairos. I'd be a fool to let someone else write your story. Something's amiss. There's a lot of fight in you for an old scholar. Now you're offering to join this expedition. I've met sages every bit as cutthroat as a hardened gang boss. They act the part of doddering scribes, but don't let that fool you. Smart for someone your age to be so mistrusting, but I'm not with the Oathbreakers, if that's what you're fishing at. I worked for them under duress, but I've no love of them. I'm not about to pledge to the chorus, and the disfavored wouldn't have me. Still, I consider myself a Kairos-fearing vassal of the Overlord's empire all the same. For as long as I've been a sage, I've been trained to defend myself. We don't spend all our time binding books and sketching wildlife, just most of it. For centuries, we've been in a quiet war with the School of Tides and the School of Wild Wrath. You can't travel alone as much as I do and not know the Bronze Dance. And your little quill dagger, just for decoration? Well, I mean, sages always need to have a quill handy, so it's just sort of blends into the ensemble on a casual glance. And the customary term is bladed remix, but who's keeping track? You want to chronicle me? Well, of course. Even in the if the burning library is never rebuilt, our work to chronicle the days and events needn't cease. You're a noteworthy player in this whole war. I can't think of another living Fatebinder that has been twice given the honor of a proclamation. Fine. If you're so eager, come with me. Splendid. You won't be disappointed. I know I may seem old and frail, but I know how to step lightly and know how not to get killed. Really, I won't slow you down. Lead the way, and let me know if I can be of service. Are we done here? Let's hightail it to Tripnettle. If your new pet doesn't behave himself along the way, I'm not above clipping his ears. Alright, so we've got some levels, and then I think I need to make sure Lantry's got certain abilities. So... actually, I think Lantry can probably just get the deluxe version of this stuff. Nope. So full range for Lantry here. Alright, so the Way of the Horde. Deathnell said that a gang of Horde are raiding remote settlement on the western side of the valley. Head there and link up with Chorus forces. Again, find the iron near Echo Call and Earthshaker reinforcements. And then I think I prefer duelists. So we've got Verse moves quickly about the battlefield, too quickly for enemies to engage her. So that's sort of a free movement away. After a kill, Verse will strike twice with her attacks for a short time. Know your enemy. When an enemy strikes Verse, she gains a passive bonus to dodge and parry until combat ends. Alright, I think I will actually try... I think I will try Know Your Enemy. And then for Lantry, he's kind of got one of each. So we can make him a ranged monster. Watches Judgment. Lantry strikes his target, interrupting them and lowering their non-physical armor. If used from stealth, this attack will also paralyze. Okay, so sneaky. Or we can make him a healer. I know it seems a little silly, but I'm fine having him as a healer. Granting an even greater increase to weapon damage and armor. Wasn't expecting that. Alright, so he should probably get wits. And then Verse. I think I'm okay going heavier on the finesse. Alright, and then let's see what items we can give Lantry. So I'm thinking probably the... Actually, oddly enough, the Bronze Ridge Helm doesn't seem to be... Yeah, I think that'll make him a little too slow, so I don't feel good about that. Let's give him the head wrap. And then... I mean, I don't think there's much I can do. Lantry's Quill is a bit of a unique weapon, so I don't think there's much that I can do about that. Horde boots are apparently better than the Bloody Scarlet Fury boots. Alright, I can live with that. The Phalanx is actually kind of tempting compared to Rot and Ruin. It's just the recover. Well, you know what? The recovery time isn't that bad either. Just because if he's my tank, I don't really need him to... I don't exactly need him to like be fast. And so I said, you've wanted to make one of those old 2D RPG games like Might and Magic 6 for some time now. You just can't come up with a story. That's interesting. So I always kind of thought the story was the... I don't want to say easy part, but I always kind of thought that was the part that got people going. And then it was the tech that kind of kept people from like implementing it. But then I mean, obviously I know better in terms of your background. Like clearly the tech side of things isn't exactly the problem. It's just kind of funny to hear it that way. Oh, let's get some goodies.
I've got it.
All right, let's Now that we've been a big old jerk, let's Alright, sorry. There was the remote settlement. Huh. This village is far from major settlements in the valley and has not involved itself in the conflict thus far. It may be possible to recruit some residents to add to the Scarlet Chorus's ranks. So I'm not crazy about the time it will take, but it's the shortest distance that I have before we go to the Tripnettle Wilderness and the Northern Clearing, so... It'll take you 2 hours to complete your journey from the Scarlet Chorus camp to the remote settlement. Okay, we'll loot everything, and then maybe at the end of each of our little sequences we can... As you step into the center of the village, you feel as if you are being watched from all angles. The distant patter of feet echo off the walls and of the small and seemingly deserted village. No need to hide. I've no desire to fight, merely to talk. The wooden beams on the rooftop to the north creak under someone's weight. A tree rustles behind you. I've come to offer you redemption with the Scarlet Chorus. I'm doing my best to try and save you. Feel free to help me with that endeavor. A voice bellows from the rooftop with a cackle. Go home to your overlord! Sorry, friend, but you won't be leaving here in one piece. We'll send your head back north. I want your folks to see what happens to those who invade our lands. I'm gonna settle for ice. All right, so we're gonna knock this guy down.
In the Matthean waves!
All right, makes me happy. What are you doing?
Consider it done.
Let's have it. I will aid you.
On it.
I'm on it.
Smashed to pieces!
Flicking the bronze tip of her blade, a Scarlet Fury strolls into view with a smug smile, flanked by an entourage of soldiers. Not bad. I'd have piled up the same number of corpses in half the sword strokes, but, well, where are my manners? One ought not to criticize help so generously given. She sweeps her arms wide in an exaggerated, mocking bow. You have my deepest and sincerest gratitude for gutting those Vendrian pissants in my place. You're welcome, though I came here to recruit... So how can you be so damn pleased? These people are dead. That's several conscripts that won't be joining the chorus. Oh, you started another project instead. Sorry, I missed the message there, Index Numb. So I don't even know why I have the niche to make one. I just miss that old style. You never see that anymore. Focuses on pushing the graphics these days. There's definitely... So like the roguelike dev subreddit is doing their like go through the roguelike tutorial. I didn't really join this year because I'm not going to be in the country for all of it. And there's definitely one of the local devs actually is kind of doing the... It's a 3D style, but it's very much the sort of type of game. This might be what... So I've never played Might and Magic 6, but it's sort of the Legend of Grimrock, the kind of game that's also trying to capture. And they noted that they actually got a really warm reception to it, specifically because it's one of those ones where it's a style of game that isn't quite being matched to the demand. So I guess there's still... Like, there's definitely people who are making it, but I think the problem is that, like, if you make a game like that, I imagine it's really hard to get the word out, because, of course... pushing graphics is the sort of thing that makes for very easy to share marketing material. Whereas unfairly in some cases, like there is a certain indie look that, sometimes that can mean something really enjoyable and sometimes it means maybe it's something that's not doing a whole lot. And it can be a very, very fine line for, at least for me, in terms of what's sort of a negative signal and what's an improvement, what's a negative signal and what's like a sort of a unique and cohesive art style. But yeah, I mean, I kind of take that as sort of the price of admission, right? It's a little bit like the local game dev meetup where principle of charity applies, and I'm not entirely sure I'd want to spend the meetup telling people where I think their game falls short, but I kind of recognize that I'm not going to like everything that that I see, but that's kind of the price of admission for the stuff that's interesting. So, but yeah, no, there's definitely some gems there too, and in the end, I mean, it depends. I think your search parameters matter a little bit more when it comes to itch, but for the most part, I've found the rewards tend to be a bit richer than the cost of searching. But yeah, you said started another project instead last week. Los Poly Space Piracy games. That's actually kind of neat because I liked Sid Meier's Pirates. So when you say space piracy, is it like that, or is it just is it a little bit more combat oriented? Hey, Tikri, how you doing? I remember you like Pillars of Eternity, so I don't know how much of this you've seen, but very good to see you. All right, how can you be so damn pleased? These people are dead. That's several conscripts that won't be joining the chorus. We've already got what we needed, the willing ones. She points to several of the armed fighters at her side. We're hoping a different face might convince the remainder to join us, but alas, we can't win them all, can you? Yet I still seem to have killed your would-be conscripts. Apologies. She shrugs with the smirks. These things happen. Look, you've done us a favor, and it was a real pleasure watching you fight. We'll clean up here. The Fury nods briskly, and for a short instant is sincere as she addresses you. I do thank you for the assist, Fatebinder. It's also by Obsidian, so same team, but I'm noticing I'm actually being a bit more Scarlet Chorus sympathetic than the first time I played this. Oh, that's great. I mean, I kind of liked... So there's this wonderful saying about Sid Meier that like you can almost understand his game development career as kind of imagining a bookshelf with the stuff that like young boys really like. And it works really well, right? Like pirates, history. I guess the golf game doesn't really count, but like all of his like best games really do kind of come down to some of those really basic ideas. And the one that he didn't do is actually one that he tried to do, which was the dinosaur game. But the pirates one is really neat just because it's like it really does seem to distill all of the things that people sort of like from that fantasy, right? Like you're going to the ballroom and you have the mini game there, and you're taking treasure, pursuing the grudge. Like it's a really, really well done game. I've only ever played sort of the modernization of it, but it's very charming. All right. I actually don't have a clear idea where I'm going with this character yet. So wits would be good in the sense of like lore. I think I'm going to do a little more resolve here first. Although I should also probably be improving things like finesse. And I should also... Concentrated Force adds a stun effect to the Sunder ability, increases weapon damage with two-handed melee weapons, and allows basic attacks to strike multiple times. Yeah, we'll definitely do two-handed mastery.
Will do.
I should also chat with the... Encounter Invendrian's Well. As you make your way along one of the wide dirt roads that winds through the forests of Old Apex, the mountains loom above you on every side, and only the mountain spire, jutting skyward from the center of the Broken Realm, provides a consistent landmark by which to navigate. Cresting a hill, you make out a flash of light on bronze through the trees, accompanied by the movement of several individuals. That much bronze, you realize, must indicate a group of Oathbreakers, and they seem to be just around the next bend in the road. So we can approach quietly, approach openly, or avoid them. You decide to continue along the road. You are the Fatebinder of Tunon, after all, a representative of the Overlord, and you will not sully your authority by skulking through the forest. As you round the bend, you find yourself looking at not one patrol of warriors, but two. Continue. Apex heraldry and heavy bronze scale marks the first group of members of the Vendrian Guard. The other warriors, however, wear rings of bronze set in heavy cured leather, a sigil of their tabard styled in the likeness of the Bane. You recognize them from your time as governor of Lethian's Crossing. These are members of the Bronze Brotherhood, brutal mercenaries out of Haven. Speak with them, attack, or attempt to leave. Yeah, well, I mean, I also think, too, I mean, maybe this is just, like, getting rose-tinted glasses for stuff that I've spent time inside, but I actually have generally found that the games that aren't, like, there are very few games that I would consider perfect, but I definitely think the most memorable ones that I've played tend to have, like, I don't know, it's like, this is going to sound like such a euphemism, but it's like, sometimes you'll like look at a chair or a desk and it has a lot of character, and like you never say something has a lot of character that is this like platonic ideal of something. It's usually something kind of worn or something a bit weird, but it's like weird in this consistent way. And of course, like, this is the thing. If I could play Pirates on my iPad right now, I would probably be swearing at it and like close it and play something else. But I don't know, like I tend to I tend to find the as long as it hits on the main points, it wins a lot of goodwill with me. But again, maybe I'm not the most discerning customer. All right, speak with him. You clear your throat and step forward to address the motley soldiers. The Oathbreakers and mercenaries turn on you as one, muscles tensing all about, hands inching towards weapons. The lead Oathbreaker's mouth falls agape as she recognizes you. The Fatebinder. She slides her weapon from its sheath and holds it aloft. Tearsman, this is the tyrant who would take our lands from us, who would claim the Citadel, who would damn us all to death. She lowers the blades, point towards you. I know none more deserving of death than this one. So, attempt athletics, threaten the Tearsman, attempt subterfuge, convince the mercenaries to leave, or attack. Threaten the Tearsman. The Overlord rules the tiers, you shout, your voice drowning out the Oathbreaker captains, and Tunon shows no mercy to those who raise arms against Kairos. Are these mercenaries, you ask, truly so devoted to the cause of fallen Apex as to throw in with these doomed ragtag insurgents? The sellswords share furtive glances before backing away from the Oathbreakers and towards the trees. The Oathbreaker captain spits in disgust and cries out for your head. The Vendrian Guard charge. Come on, finish it, Northern Lapdog. All right, bring it. We're not paused.
More.
All right, so he's already spectral blurring himself. There's so much going on. Alright, so Lantry's definitely in trouble.
You got it. I'll tear your... Don't out by your ass!
Consider it done.
Ooh, wounded. When a party member takes damage, they will start to lose health. The health bar next to their portrait starts to decrease. When a party member's health drops low enough, they will gain a wound, and the health bar will turn red. Wounded characters will have their maximum health reduced. Wounds are removed when the party rests or when a character levels up. Yeah, I'm not quite at a point where I can do anything too exciting with this.
I will aid you.
Alright, my guy's in a bit of trouble now.
They never had it. You got it.
Well, Fatebinder's down too. If I lose to this encounter, I'm gonna be so mad.
It's my bleeding. Graven Ash protects. Archon, lend me your strength.
Not looking good. There's definitely healing items I could have used, but in this case I think I'm just gonna accept my fate and...
Wake me up when it's over.
Right. To battle!
Okay. I think we'll get Verse to rush. Okay, didn't realize that was going to take so much. Oh, God. Alright, so Verse is basically already done for at this point. I'm thinking we're not... we're gonna lose even faster on this one. Actually, let's just reset here. I'll confess the pausable real time is something that I struggle with. This time we'll just buff.
I will aid you.
I'm on it.
I really don't know about this pathing here. Like, clearly I was heading towards this guy, but I seem to have gotten swallowed up by these two, so. I still want to freeze.
You afraid of death, worm?
We should try that again. Sorry about that.
For the Queen!
Yeah, I totally don't get why he just runs off. All right. Yeah, insane. Maybe I should just okay, yeah, here we go. If I disable party AI, I'm gonna guess that's gonna improve a lot, because I basically just gave them an attack of opportunity while my health is non-existent. I'll try my luck, but...
I got it.
You get up, Fatebinder!
I'm injured.
I require needle and thread.
You got it.
All right.
I will aid you. I will aid you. No other way. I'll do it for the North. Raven Ash protects.
It's a lucky, lucky man.
You got it. I'll be your shadow.
All right, so yeah, clearly I need to get better at the combat, but we survived. And apparently, so it mentioned something about having like some kind of status effect, but I don't actually see it on... Oh, hang on. Okay, yeah, there we go. So minus 10% max health. Presumably, I should rest up before the big final push. I mean, I guess 10% isn't the end of the world, but... Okay. First of all, weapons... I mean, better DPS, compared to what? I'll still preserve the option, but... All right, well, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. With some newer isometric strategy game you played this year, I got hammered so hard by the AI, I did not want to play the game for a few days. I've had a couple of games like that for sure. I think the thing that annoyed me the most on that was that it felt like the game was making less than optimal decisions for me. And like the thing is, I clearly don't know like quite what all the different traits and stuff like that do, so I'm sure I'm already building my characters the wrong way and such, but it's the one small thing that does kind of keep me from playing RPGs a little bit more, which is it sort of feels like you're expected to walk in knowing a little bit more than than I do, but I don't know. I'm not going to get any better if I don't practice, so. Fatebinder, Death Knell nods in your direction. Now what do you need? Puncher. In one swift stride, you close the distance between the two of you and land a punch squarely in her stomach. The force of it knocks her back a pace, causing her to take a knee. She lets out a few coughs before regaining her composure and standing back up. You've got some explaining to do, Fury. I don't appreciate being used. The Fury can't contain her glee and begins to laugh, but quickly winces in the pain and it immediately causes. Oh, come now. I knew a fighter like you could hold your own against those Oathbreakers. Knew it the moment I laid eyes on you. She winces again as she slowly unsheathes her sword and hands it to you. Clearly, I've ruffled a few feathers. Take this as a sign of no harm done, okay? Immunity to poison sounds like a good one to give to Lantry. I mean, arguably better to give to the tank, but... Alright, so we'll see if this weapon's an improvement for Barrack. Lower range. Eh. Okay, we're gonna sell what I can. I won't go crazy about it, but these I might still use. Actually, tell you what, I don't need to go crazy on the money yet. This should be enough to get me some training. Feel strange? Yeah, Reg rubs his shoulder nervously. Ever since the Fatebinder spoke Kairos' edict, I felt like bugs were crawling under my skin. They notice your approach with mixed expressions. Oh, I didn't see you there, Fatebinder. Alright, so I'm going to train my lore. Lantry might be good for lore too, now that I think of it. So just Barrack, that's gotta wait.
Right.
I mean, in theory, I could rest here, but I'd rather make a little bit more progress towards goals. So Northern Clearing, and then... Actually, this is one style of game that might be your sort of thing, Index Gnome. How do you feel about the... Like, we're kind of past the time when there would be... like, strategy games where you would... like they'd have huge manuals that you couldn't really play the game without. Like, the only one I can really think of that I've run into lately, or there's two, I guess. So there's Shadow Empire, and then it's not Conquest of Elysium. It's the other Illwinter one, Dominions. Those are like the two that I can think of that sort of follow in that pattern. Yeah, let's go to Trip Nettle Wilderness. It basically takes us through the night, but reinforcements? Finally, come this way. We need to... The chorus warrior pumps his tattooed arm in salute. Midway through the gesture, a look of confusion dawns across his painted face. Sister Verse? What did I do to deserve such a helping hand? A chuckle escapes the man before he shudders, placing a hand over his mouth. At once, alert of the need to remain quiet, his voice drops to a harsh whisper. The Fifth Eye has a sense of humor in sending you. No, more so just like how you feel. Like that's another one sort of when you're talking about certain types of games that aren't really made anymore. Like I can kind of see it going both ways. Like I wish I had the time to sit down and like really go through a manual like that. But on the other hand, I do kind of like that games like that still exist. I like the fact that I have the option to still play them. Verse returns a cold glare, but says nothing. I'm here to round up the Vendrian Guard. Oh yeah? Come to steal my quarry? He lets out a muffled chuckle through a half set of teeth. Who am I fooling? We met our match 2 days ago and aren't in any shape to tussle again. Much as I'd love bragging rights about claiming some scalps, my gang needs a rest before we can pick another fight. Their camp is just yonder, and we've kept an eye on them, but for the last couple days. Some of them left a few hours ago looking for food, maybe out on patrol, but they haven't returned yet. Might be wise to strike now while they're divided. How'd you find this place? Happy accident of sorts. He points east towards the mountain. We're up in the mountains with orders to keep the Oathbreakers in, and keep any would-be allies out of the valley. Strangest thing happened. Tremors hit the pass, and the tremors lasted a bit, so I figured they were magical, but there wasn't any sign of Earthshakers or anybody. No, really, how did you find this place? Nobody else in the chorus knew where this camp was. Not sure what you're playing at. I don't like your tone. We had orders to watch the mountains east of here and found this spot on our trek back to camp. What can I say? I answered the Archon of Secrets. Don't get told a lot of details, but I sure see a lot of coincidences. Leave the Oathbreakers to me. My gang and I will lurk nearby. When you make your move, we'll descend and help with capturing Florian. Don't worry, we'll let others know you did the heavy lifting. I'll cheat at battle, but not with my reputation.
Moving cautiously. Have a look here. Curious.
So we can give Lantry some distance, but if we can get the rest, we can get the drop on the other two.
On it. Interesting.
Aha. Didn't I give Lantry another spell? False Pit.
I'm afraid not. Sorry. Sorry.
Not quite how I planned on that going, but... Okay, so you do actually need to put it on people. Fair enough.
As you command.
Okay, so buff my guy. We'll do Clash of Iron on these two. Actually, chill freeze, hill freeze.
I'll take care of it.
Get back here!
I will aid you.
I got it.
Considerably easier than the last one.
On the lookout.
You got it.
Don't walk on it, disarm it.
I got it.
So there's one by GMT Games like that, Index Gnome, called The World at War. And then I think there's a couple, I think I've got them. Yeah, there's Storm over Asia and The Gathering Storm. And they're definitely a callback to those. Like, it's the first boxed game that I've gotten that has, like, as far as a printed manual goes, it's it already has like the holes for the binder. So yeah, definitely familiar in a certain with a certain style of game like that. All right, so I don't know how long I'll get this advantage, but we can at least buff our people before.
As you command. On the lookout.
Time together has not gone to waste.
All right, so I missed the opportunity to boost Barrack.
Here to be friends.
All right, so my big tanky guy is now in a bad spot.
I'll do it for the North.
I'd say that's worth a second glance.
Wait, Iron Tolling's both of us. It's a little early to hit those others, so.
Await my signal. Good work. On it.
Still trying to make the most of my various skills.
Graven Ash protect.
For the Queen!
Just gonna stand there?
Time to change weapons.
Will do. On it.
So it looks like they got hit by their own traps, which I was happy enough to see. I guess we can level barrack. Actually, let's get him up to the... at the start of combat, Barrack gains a large boost to movement speed for a short time. That's good for positioning, but in truth, that's not really worked out well for us. Retribution after using Clash of Iron. Barrack will attack twice with his normal strikes for a short time. Allows Barrack to engage an additional enemy. Fight decisively. Yeah, let's engage another enemy first. Obviously, this isn't where we need to be. I just want to peek. So the ideal for me would be... if possible, get all the side quests done, and then we rest before the big push. Although, again, 10% isn't the biggest...
Slow down. Let's take a closer look.
Okay. The Overlord's peons have arrived. Blades up! Falcon in hand and ready for battle, the Vendrian Guard captain bellows orders to the warriors in his camp. Dressed in tarnished bronze and sporting countless scars across his arms, Florian towers over his peers. If you value your life, drop everything and flee, or stand and fight. I'm happy with that option too. It just seemed unsporting for me to suggest it. I left my nicest blue flag back at the camp, but I'd like to talk all the same. So you want to talk? Florian looks in either direction at his soldiers, gauging their reactions. Fine, speak your mind. Try anything funny, and I'll run my falcons clear up your backside until you taste bronze. The Scarlet Chorus want you. Just you. The rest of your warriors are incidental. They can walk away and nobody will notice. You'd better have a damned good reason for spilling our plan. Interesting. You speak very freely of our plans, don't you? I have little love for the Scarlet Chorus, but even I wouldn't divulge their secrets to the enemy. Curious. Almost flattered. Florian nods slowly, pondering your comment as he studies you head to toe. Why tell me this? What angle are you playing? The Chorus is technically an ally, nothing more. My only angle is to minimize bloodshed. Enough of your lies. If the Scarlet Chorus wants us, I say let them try. Now! The giant man whistles a shrill, sustained note that pierces your ear and echoes off the foothills to the east. In rehearsed unison, the warriors and the crew follow along, sounding their signal for all the area to hear. I don't think that was going to trigger wrath with verse.
Let's do it, you and me. Ready for another?
All right, so I think let's get verse working on that angle. Landry's definitely going to be in trouble if we don't fix this. So I'm going to slow this one down.
Will do.
Not a problem, boss.
I'll do it for the North.
I'm hearing this quite a bit about the game. Actually, I'm enjoying it. It's I'm not used to the combat of this kind, so like I almost wonder if it'd be better to pause at the end of each action, just so I can kind of keep track of what I'm trying to do. So like right now, the problem I have here is verse is too vulnerable.
Did I always have this much blood?
Here we go. This will hopefully save verse. Doesn't seem like it. Okay, so let's get you with your quill. Let's get the Fate Binder fixing problems.
Consider it done.
Dead.
I tried.
Worm.
All right, I didn't think. I thought that was gonna fix me, not the. You haven't. See, this is the funny thing. This I've been able to get into this game quite a bit more than Pillars of Eternity, for better or worse. I think it doesn't. There's no shame in having Landry run off like this. Well, so much for that plan.
Blood.
I will take you. I'll do it for the North.
Ah!
I'd have it no other way.
Right.
Okay, not so good for the Fate Binder. Let's get everybody mad at him.
Are you afraid of death? Worm.
Will do.
All right, we'll do a combo on. Well, won't really matter, but
Someone staunch my bleeding.
yeah, it's not like. It's hard for me to say it's a bad game, but it's definitely one that.
Won't happen.
Like I said before, like it's one that I really struggled to get into. Mostly because it seemed to make some choices on, like, I guess this is what people would call world building, but like the fact that it was taking perfectly understandable ideas and turning them into like weird spellings was the sort of thing that kind of made me I don't know, it turned me off a bit. Like I genuinely felt like there was going to be a quiz that I was going to fail a little bit later. And it's weird because like all the things I like about this game are things that would be true about Pillars of Eternity, but for some reason the setting for this one really hit in a way that it didn't quite for me for PoE. Anyways, yeah, I'm definitely really rough on the combat here, and I also think I'm screwing up my mission. One of the worst parts for me, and this is more about me rather than the rather than anything specific about Pillars of Eternity, but I didn't realize that there's those story bits where you'll kind of see these past actions of various characters in the setting. I didn't realize those were optional, so I spent so much time reading them for no real purpose. And it's fine, like it's you know, they're interesting enough, but
problem,
like there's
boss.
a point where I felt like I was putting so much effort into understanding this stuff that I felt a bit foolish when the time came. All right.
You got it.
Entry needs to find a safer place.
I'll take care of it.
Will do.
At once.
You got it. Pity you won't enjoy this as much
Will
as
do.
I do.
Will do.
Who says you can't?
Good old Lantry. All right. Let's make you bonus arcane armor or I love stories and games. For some reason, when I play games, I do my best to skip the story whenever possible. It does, I mean, it's hard for me to articulate exactly what hits and what doesn't. I feel that there's a certain point where I need to have some sense of investment. So, like, there's a good example for this game here. Like, I felt, given that there was that, so like coming clean in terms of the plan to try and capture this captain, I sort of thought that, you know, I'm the fate binder, right? My job is to and I'm a diplomat, so like talking my way through seems to be a way that I would like to progress through this game. And then the answer here seems to be, it's like, what? You talked about our plans to the enemy. And I'm like, well, you know, might have been nice if the game had given me some indication that this was a secret, because I'm not entirely sure that's... Like, I definitely didn't take it that way, and maybe that's because I played it over 2 days. So that's the sort of thing that occasionally makes me want to, like, reload the game. And I think what this kind of comes down to, and there's a few different ways that this is manifested, but it sometimes is this impression that you are playing like what the developer, like it's going to be like what the developer wants, right? And there are some games where you definitely feel like, you know, you're kind of on these rails. And for some games, that's totally fine. So like the Assassin's Creed games are a lot of fun. It's a neat world to run around in. And I really wouldn't trade the time that I've spent inside those games. But I have no illusion that, you know, this is a game where I get to do cool things quite effortlessly. And then there's going to be these moments where I can sort of take my hands off the keyboard and I'm just going to watch a story play out in front of me, and that's fine. It's spinning a yarn. You know, it's a little bit like watching a movie. And I don't necessarily think that's the height that gaming can reach, but, you know, it's fun in its own way. In a game like this, you know, a lot of these really do seem to be trying to capture the feeling of like tabletop role-playing. And like obviously Pillars of Eternity and Tyranny are sort of an effort to go back to some earlier styles of games, but even those earlier styles of games are trying to capture some of the feeling of role-playing. And so I guess the magic can really be broken quite easily if you're... Again, once you get the impression that you're not hitting the right sequence of keys in the right order because the developer thought that was the right way to go. And I think once you hit that point, it's actually quite easy to just sort of skip over the dialogue, right? Because it's like, yeah, okay, these guys are basically the Turks, and like this is basically the Siege of Vienna, and I don't really need to know what all the weird names for things are. And there's lots of games that are quite compelling in some ways that just sort of do that formula, but I also don't necessarily feel the need to, I don't really feel the need to sit through a lore dump for what is kind of just another variation on a story that I've heard before. So I think that, to me at least, is one of the reasons why you can like have a good game that's known for its story, but still sort of feel like you just sort of blast through the story bits, because in the end, like, just because somebody like put a whole bunch of world building into it doesn't actually mean that it's worth your time. So.
Don't know about you, but I feel like fighting someone.
You killed him. He grits his teeth and glares at you. Are you daft? Fifth Eye said we can kill any of them except Florian. Tried my best. He didn't seem to like the chorus much. Then you should have argued harder or knocked him over the head and carried him against his will. Fatebinder, is this really your first abduction? Not sure I like the tone of your voice. Not sure I like the tone of your face. Well, I guess it doesn't matter now anyway. I'll have to report this unfortunate turn of events to the voices of Narat in person. Hopefully ridding this wilderness of the Oathbreaker nuisance will be enough to save my own face. Now get out of here. Don't you have other fates to bind or something of that sort? Yeah, I totally screwed up this mission. I'll try and even things out to 10. I think I'll do Killing Spree on this one.
Right.
I think we go back to the camp, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, we're on to the northern clearing. You're following the road through an expanse of scrubby woodlands, crooked oaks and dry-needled pines grasping towards the sky, when you catch the sound of children's laughter filtering through the trees. Investigate the laughter. Abandoning the road, you make your way to a small tributary of the Mittani snaking through the sparse forest. There you discover a group of 4 youths gathered beside the small stream. 2 of the children sit on the rocks, poles in hand, staring patiently at the water. The other 2 are seated near a bucket, taking turns whacking eels along the ground to stun them and carving up eel meat. Speak to the children. You step out of the woods, drawing the attention of the children, who eye you warily. The eldest youth, almost a man grown, notes your heraldry and hawks a ball of phlegm into the reeds. To punish the spitter. Tell a story. You raise your hands to calm the youngsters and ask if they've heard the tale of Pox and the elder boar of the Bernian Wood. When they look to one another without answer, you begin to spin the story for them, an odd and sometimes amusing yarn filled with epic adventure and dark mysticism. By the time you're finished, the youths have become entirely absorbed in your story, utterly wrapped in their attention. The youngest of the children brings you an eel in exchange for your time. You thank them and return to continue your journey. Yeah, definitely an obsidian. It's basically, this is the one that they did immediately after Pillars of Eternity. Actually, I was going to say, you mentioned Torment a bit earlier. That one, if I recall correctly, I really do need to make use of the items I find. That one was kind of light on combat, if I recall correctly. Or did I get that? Was I mistaken on the like, I know it had a combat element to it, but I think the real appeal for it was sort of the dialogue and like the different exchanges that we're having here. At least that's what I've heard. I own it. I just haven't played it.
As you command.
All right. So I don't have a super clear idea of who I'm up against, but maybe what we'll do here, we'll do long range freezes. Still not entirely sure why the false pit is not actually in my action bar. Ah, there we go.
No, sorry.
Leroy!
On it.
I will aid you.
Oh god. What are you doing, Lantern? Alright, so my best bet here is probably just to take out the
I will aid you.
Consider it done.
Okay, so now we can flank these two.
Count on it.
Sorry. I can't.
I will aid.
I didn't even realize this other guy was here. Cool.
You got it.
Not so cool. It's gonna be a while before I can, Oh, here we go.
The fate binder.
No! My
Needs
fault
help.
for not using that earlier. Landry, you really need to not be standing there.
Oh, sorry.
Pity you won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Are you afraid of death, worm? I'd have it. Let's have it.
All right. Kind of a hope and a prayer on this one, but
Not a problem, boss.
I'm not built for this sort of violence.
I think Lantry's done for if I give him the opportunity attack, but all right, well, he's alive, so.
As you command.
Did I always have this much blood?
I will aid you.
Where did all this blood come?
I will aid you. Why can't I?
All right, I'll take it. You there, you're not with the Oathbreakers.
Yes.
Just want to
Yes.
see how many people are wounded. Yeah, I've never heard anything bad about Torment. I made this slight mistake in I played the Torment Tides of Numenera before I played Planescape Torment, and even then I've really just installed Planescape Torment rather than played it. But Tides of Numenera annoyed me because like I generally when a game gives me an option to like embrace the madness, like you start and you're like falling you start with basically like you're falling, it's like a dream or whatever, or seems like it's a dream, and you're basically just You wake up, you're falling from a great height, and it's sort of like, okay, well, sure, lean into it. And if you do that, you basically splatter against the ground after a few lines of dialogue. And I'm like, why? Like, this annoys me. I feel like my time has been wasted, and so I just went away and never went back. But obviously, the remake is not the original, so I shouldn't hold that against the original, because so far as I can tell, that opening isn't there. But that was my first exposure to Torment, and I probably should just play the real one. The Earthshakers moved this boulder with ease. Magic of that magnitude may be crucial for taking Vendrian's well. Ah, Fatebinder. How fortuitous. The Earthshaker pounds his chest in salute. For us, I mean. Decidedly not for the Oathbreakers. A smirk quirks the right side of his mouth as he surveys the carnage you have left behind. Whether intended or not, we're indebted for your help. You're welcome. He spreads his Dirk Street lips with a relieved grin. May the stones guide your steps, and may you walk without falter on sturdy ground. I need to speak with Commander Ironcore. With tremendous fingers, the Earthshaker pushes his hood back over a sweaty forehead. He glances once to a group of weary, battered mages behind him before meeting your eyes. I'm afraid I'll have to do, as I am the mage in charge of this circle. Earthshaker Hellspar at your service. Or the rest of you? Was part of your squad killed or otherwise separated? Aye, the Oathbreakers felled Grisandri before we could erect the barricade, but our circle alone was all Master Radix could feasibly spare. We're here, and though wayworn, we're ready to help. Wait, your commander isn't even here? With all due respect, Fatebinder, it's not a matter I'd expect you to understand. We absolutely cannot abandon the cairn to the Stone Sea. As tall as the hill, the cairn is the Archon of Stone, master of earth and soil, destroyer of mountains and cities. Cairn is the reluctant leader of the Earthshaker Guild, although he is less their teacher and more their object of study. The massive Archon is sworn to Graven Ash and provides arcane support to the disfavored war effort. The Stone Sea is the name given to what remains of the land of Azure after Kairos' Edict of Stone devastated the landscape. Once a rolling landscape of winding rivers and fertile plains, tectonic shifts have altered the landscape, choking rivers, collapsing roads, and altering the landscape for hundreds of leagues. And so Radix refused Ash's orders. I'm not a rank to make such sweeping evaluations. The Earthshaker stumbles slightly over his words, but I'd say he interpreted them in his own manner and to the best of his judgment, rather than outright refusing them. He is an iron guard, after all. His decisions, though difficult to make as they may be, will certainly embolden our routing of the tiers. Not if your general and his entire army is dead. He chokes, and the Earthshakers behind him gather closer, murmuring in surprise amongst themselves. One of them, a woman with wispy russet hair, slaps him on the back so hard shockwaves tremble through you and the mountains past. What? How? The Overlord has issued an edict of execution. If we don't take the well by Kairos' Day of Swords, everyone here will die, including Ash. Well, clearly Master Radix was unaware of the severity of the situation. He glances worriedly to the other mages in his circle as they visibly absorb the meaning of everyone here in the edict's range of affliction. Had we known, assuredly the guild would have come in full force. Regardless, it looks like you're all we've got. Report to Sevis at the disfavored camp. He'll have further orders for you there. With a shaking nod and an even shakier salute, the Earthshaker gathers his circle, and cloistered together, murmuring or perhaps chanting in hushed voices, the battle mages march towards the valley.
Yes.
So, getting along pretty well with the disfavored, getting along not so well with the Scarlet Chorus. Now, I've been going a bit later than I can realistically handle, but what I'll do here... so you rescued the Earth Shakers from Vendrian Guard, however Radix was not among them. It appears he found his research in the Stone Sea too compelling to abandon and sent only a handful of Earth Shakers to assist. Sevis will want to know this information. So what we'll do here, I will head back to... Yeah. I'll head back to the Disfavored, and then we'll maybe head to the Battle of Echo Call Crossing. Although maybe we'll stop by the Disfavored... not the Disfavored camp. The Scarlet Chorus. Okay, here's what we'll do. Disfavored first. Scarlet Chorus for the training. And then Echo Call Crossing. Well fed, stand together, stand tall. Cool. I don't know if there's a fatigue, or we haven't actually rested yet, so I don't know if there's a fatigue or not. Solon, perhaps your continued and faithful service shall remind the Archons of their duties to the Overlord. One can hope. May fortune favor your endeavor. Tune on the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice. With all due respect, our cohorts have proven themselves against these Apex fools time and time again. What can your Earthshakers do other than get in the way? I don't want to be here, Sevis, and my orders don't involve proving our value to you. If the Great General doesn't want magic on his side, then he can order us to stand down and sit this one out. I don't question what you mages bring to the table, Hellspar, but if I have my reservation about your leaders. Why couldn't Radix show up to the siege himself? If he has more pressing issues than the state of the conquest, I should like to hear it from his mouth. Say nothing. If we conclude that Radix is ignoring his duties, then he'll need to be replaced. I don't take any pleasure from the idea, but we may have to take steps if he proves intractable. I hate to upset the chain of command during a time of war. Perhaps Radix's brother can convince him to remember his duty. Fatebinder, I thank you for the part you played. You didn't have to risk yourself, but you did so all the same. Alright, levels.
Will do.
And talents. Oh, you know what? That's probably a stance that I've been forgetting to do. All right. Welcome back, Fatebinder. Lucia here was just mentioning that only because you asked. You've been a real asset to the Disfavored ever since you arrived. Not that anyone expected different. He beams at you with pride. What we can do for you? Marcus, I'd like some training. Of course, Fatebinder. Marcus pounds his fist on his armor in salute. So, tempting to do two-handed weapons, but I kind of want to go for lore. Yeah, so it'd be lore for Lantry and Solon. I think Barrett can get one-handed weapons. Or do I want him to have dodge? I like that you're able to accumulate the points. It makes me feel like I'm not... Oh, I want to work out my inventory. Alright. Weapons. I think we have too many two-handed weapons that mean anything. Armor. It's a lot of heavy. Yeah, not quite ready to change any of that. I don't think any of these boots are gonna change anything. Right, now the weapons are the ones that I find a little tricky. I don't know, let's try and go a little more bold with these. So if I have something that can get me extra DPS. All right, I'll work with that for now. Just a little weird to just... I was okay with the spear, but it's just weird to have him with a hammer. The other thing I didn't check was the bows. Not interesting. Okay. Don't imagine I'm going to be switching out Lantry's quill. Can definitely see him taking the Earthshaker hood, though.
I would never want to belong to
Masuabi, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, I know I've kind of been stuck in the menus here for a little bit. Alright, good enough for me. We will head back to the Scarlet Course, and then at the start of the next stream, I think we will we'll move ahead on the, Echo Call Crossing. Index Gnome asks, so any suggestions for what types of close combat weapons you can include in your little space piracy game for boarding actions? Oh, that's an interesting idea. I mean, I guess it kind of depends on tone, because, like, in one sense, an interesting angle you could do on this would be sort of almost like any means necessary. So, like, you just grab what's available. Like, so one thing you could do, right? Like, I mean, it's a weird rule to have, so I'm not 100% sure how you do it. But, like, I don't know, maybe, like, the detection of weaponry makes it too hard or whatever. So, like, if it's a boarding action where there's some kind of teleportation or something like that, if you can't bring along weapons, you basically have to grab whatever, like, pipes and materials, you know, maybe you grab a fire extinguisher and go to work, which puts, you know, boarding parties at an inherent disadvantage. But that's not the only way of doing that. Like, one game that actually has done this quite well is heat signature, although it allowed for both ranged and melee weapons. So yeah, I guess the question would be like, what kind of a world do you have? Because in one sense, you've got like Warhammer 40k, which has like chainswords and orcs who are going to be like, getting whatever sharp, pointy objects they can to stick into people. And that obviously leads to this very brutal future, which is communicated by its weaponry. But on the other hand, you have like the lightsaber, an elegant weapon for a more civilized age. And that sort of implies a certain style of combat in a certain environment. So I don't know if you have a particular preference for a certain feeling. I should be paying closer attention to how the things change. A young woman stands flanked by a pair of soldiers. The ornate headdress cresting her brow lends her otherwise small figure an intimidating aspect. From gear to gown, everything about her starkly contrasts the wretched state of the camp. She looks both at ease and uncomfortable, composed in her element and completely unsure. She turns to you.
Greetings, worm.
Her voice takes you off your guard. It is bare of any inflection, and yet full of beautiful music. If you didn't know any better, you would guess that she is actively suppressing or modulating her vocal tone. Siren is the Archon of Song, and the youngest Archon sent to conquer the Tears. Young and inexperienced, Siren is sworn to the voices of Nerat, who uses her powers of charm and manipulation to swell the ranks of the Scarlet Chorus with volunteers. You look familiar. Have we met?
You don't know me, little worm? I am Siren, and my degenerate allies have the pleasure of calling me the Archon of Song.
You hear the distant peal of a bell in her laugh. She regards you for a moment with dim interest.
And you are Tunon's Fatebinder. What brings you here to the middle of the battlefield? Did Kairos send you to shame Ash and Nerat into action?
Ash certainly needs someone to dig a heel into his back. If only to distract him from his problem.
She purses her lips in thought.
But Nerat, he's just a cat playing with a realm-sized mouse, isn't he?
What problem does Ash have?
You haven't heard?
Now I find that fascinating. A representative of Kairos sent to deal with the Archons, and you weren't told the whole story.
How scandalous.
The disfavored are very close with one another. If one is lost, it's practically like losing a family member. Can you imagine how Ash feels after losing a handful of his men?
She trails off and stands in thought for a few moments.
Anyway, we have a more important matter to deal with. There is something you can do to assist me.
From the corner of your eye, you see Verse cup her hands to her ears, turning her head away from Siren. Siren's mouth opens in a perfect O shape, and the sound that pours out is captivating, entrancing. It dampens the ambient bustle of the camp until it seems that nothing exists but her voice.
Remove my helmet.
The ruby headpiece on her brow flashes as if in warning. What are you trying to do to me?
Really? That's it?
How disappointing. It was worth a try, I suppose, though it appears to have been a colossal waste of effort.
She sighs and gives a sheepish smile.
I hoped you would assist me in a delicate matter, but it appears you're more nuisance than help. I have no further use for you. Perhaps later. You're dismissed, Fatebinder.
You will answer some questions for me first.
I said dismissed until I have further need of you. Your presence displeases me.
This time her voice takes on a different quality. It screeches like a piece of flint stuck in a grinding wheel. You can feel it down to your toes and want nothing more than to make a hasty exit before the Archon inflicts more of her terrifying song.
For the love of Kairos! That was the Archon of Song in the flesh!
Darting his head back for a furtive look at Siren, Lantry sighs in awe. Keep walking away. A young beastman stands in the shadow of an enormous beast woman whose stature still manages to loom over you, even in her crouched position. The beastman's mouth froths with spittle that launches in every direction as he snarls at her. Night Owl was promised worthy, tough prey for joining, but Beast Woman only allows Night Owl to hunt weakest of humans, saves best kill for self. He pounds the earth, causing a small fissure to erupt. Night Yowl was the second strongest of the Stone Stalker males before joining Scarlet humans. Rutted even with Hundred Blood, the tribe's prima, was promised own pack for abandoning tribe mates. The crouched beast woman lets out a deafening cackle, her broad, sharp teeth appearing between each bellow. Strong stone talker? Beastman worth rutting? She snorts. No, Closet Throat sees only mewling first season cub before beast woman now. Sees only tenderfoot, only weak whelp fit to chase injured dying prey, not best fighters on battlefield. Night Yowl bares his teeth and lunges for Beast Woman, but she is swift to stand, hackles raised, and a calloused palm far larger than his head harshly pins him down to the ground once in a deft swipe. His face smashes into the earth with a whip-like crack of stone, followed by a defeated whimper. Closet Throat stares down at you with as much regard as she might show the wild dogs that roam the camp. Human. She sniffs in your direction, and her nose wrinkles as she scowls, disgusted by your foul scent. Humans, she hacks, always are encroaching on the beast woman, have no sense of danger, no recognition for prowling, hungry predators, or worse than sniffling beastmen. She grinds the beastman's face deeper into the dirt before lifting her clawed and gnarled fingers off of him. He quickly scrambles to his feet to nurse his head. Speak quickly, and maybe beast woman will listen. I wager I could take you. The beast woman snorts, a stab of incredulity opening the features of her face. Then she howls with racking full-bodied laughter. Closet Throat likes human who is male, yet is bold enough to challenge beast woman. Expected Blunt Claw to be feeble as Night Yowl, whimpering at beast woman's feet. She licks her fangs longingly as she assesses your hidden prowess and strength. If beast woman did not have Runtwhelp cur like Night Yowl to train, Closet Throat would happily enjoy fighting with human. What's going on here? Human has keen eyes, yes? Can see beast woman is disciplining insolent pack mate. She snarls a menacing steer at the cowed beastman. Mewling, whimpering male. Night Yowl will learn beastman's rank and new pack, or will not survive many seasons longer. A soft growl burbles up from the back of the throat in response to her threat, but he keeps his eyes downcast, refusing to meet her gaze. How did you come to join the Scarlet Chorus? Human pack called Scarlet Chorus is vicious, cunning, feral, like tribes, like beast woman. She snarls, but the sound is pleased and rumbling, nearly a purr as she cranes her face in the direction of the voices of Narat War Tent. Chorus humans are dirty and reek like rotten meat, so easily shrink and tear at own throats, but also respect strongest of pack, and beast women are strongest of all creatures, our best predators, like Archon called Narat, pack's fierce and ruthless alpha, is mystic who can swallow prey, blood and bones whole, makes beast woman want to rut, fight, kill. Makes beast woman want to rut, fight, kill, she sighs hungrily. Makes beast woman want. What tribe are you from, beast? She puffs her dirty, hairy teats and purrs with pride. Closet Throat was born of tribe with no name and no lands, called Summersnout by Tearsmen, who stole azure lands from tribe's ancestors. Then Closet Throat became Great Stone Stalker, slaughtered own slavers and fought for tribe's freedom. Tribe who became strong, unbreakable as stone because of the earth mystic called Archon Cairn. She sniffs at the memory, but now Cairn sleeps and dreams, drifting slowly into death in Stonelands. Hundred Blood protects free tribe, and Closet Throat fights to kill more Tearsmen as Scarlet Stalker. Alright, we're going to do the training. Like I said, I do kind of need to wrap up, but Fatebinder, I hope you're exercising your adjudication privileges on those disfavored. Kairos knows they need it. A little judgment would go a long way over there. Alright, so Reg. So there's two things I want to do. One, I wanted to see if I could get to the Voices of Narat to talk about the the failed mission.
Sorry, I can't.
But what I'll do here instead, I'm actually going to head back to the disfavored camp. It's not, like, great time-wise, but we should be able to do this in 7 days. We'll train up Barrack, and then we'll see if there's any other encounters.
Ah, got it.
Cool. I mean, I guess Hellspar is technically new, but... And we don't get to talk to him, so... Low-born mongrel, don't address me as if I'm common trash. I'm third cousins with Vendrian Lyceria. The Falx was given to my father, and he bequeathed it. Shut your cock scabbard. When you bent the knee to the voices of Nerat, you forfeited all claims to your garbage ancestry. Now drop it before I kick your... Disfavored warrior turns his head as you approach, and you hear a sudden shift in his tone. Just drop it. There are plenty of sticks around here. Isn't the menacingly shaped stick the weapon of choice in the chorus? But it's my blade. You'd let me wade into battle unarmed just for a smug little laugh? Is this how you honor your allies? Step closer and listen in. You assembled on a field of battle across from us. Nobody told you to bring your ever so important family heirloom blade to the party. It's mine now. Walk away. And just let you... Quirman's rage comes to a sudden halt as his attention turns to you. A look of recognition comes over his face, and he blinks up a storm, tripping over his words. I recognize this one. The Fatebinder, right? They said Tunon was going to send one of the court folk. Will you lend me a hand against this northern piss bucket? No offense. Seems to be the problem. This louse here was, and up until recently, our enemy. He raised his fox against us. I knocked him on his ass and helped myself to that weapon of his, a noble piece that he clearly doesn't deserve to wield. And I was offered the chance to make amends by serving Kairos as a vassal to the voices of Nerat. Why am I still being treated like the enemy when I'm on your side? You're lucky to be alive. Lucky that freak Archon gave you South Knobs a second chance of life when we ought to kill or geld every last one of you. The disfavored warrior clutches his face, and a long sigh can be heard from under his helmet. Fatebinder, we're clearly at an impasse. I doubt he'll give me the satisfaction of striking first. I will abide by your decision, even if I disagree, so long as this fool here will agree as well. There, a little civility. If he's willing, so am I. For the record now, explain your side of the situation. The warrior clears his throat before speaking in a measured, respectful tone. Well, Lord Binder, I first encountered this man some weeks ago on patrol. He was part of a Vendrian Guard hunting party. He stood his ground, and maybe even took a swing at me. I do remember thumping him pretty squarely on the forehead with my pommel. I thought to myself, nice Falx, so I grabbed my trophy after the battle. It was a rousing scuffle, but hardly worth an epic. I didn't think much of it until yesterday when this chap shows up asking for his Falx back. I get that he's sore about losing his family blade, but that's what happens when you raise your fist against Kairos. We don't give you back your thumb and fingers. Explain in full your side of the situation. I came around to following the Overlord, but recently. The choirman looks around the camp, his face turning pale. And I guess I'm just learning about how things work here. Anyway, this guy here, he bested me in battle. No bones about it. Didn't kill me, though. I suppose you could have guessed as much. Kindness itself. Go on, recruit. Anyway, I wake up next to some of my countrymen, and they put us through a decimation rite. I was lucky enough to grab one of the 9 daggers they tossed into the arena. He pauses to hold back a retch, his mouth twisting and the corners of his eyes twitching. So I survive, right? And I'm barely cleaning the blood off me when I'm told my next task is to secure a proper weapon. The chorus doesn't exactly hand them out. So, his tone falters, his face going pale. I walk to the disfavored camp, thinking that they're supposed to be allies and maybe can help. Then I see this guy showing off my falx and, well, it's a family heirloom. I was told to get a proper weapon, and it doesn't get more proper than a falx that's been in my family for generations. Either of you have anything further to add? I respect this man found Kairos, but he raised that falx against us as an enemy. I know I'm in the right here. Shit, I don't know. I just know that if I had 2 swords, I'd lend one to an ally. It seems like how allies should work, right? I've reached my decision. Go ahead. I'll abide by your decree. Falx is an artifact of a conquered people. I claim it for the court. So, Falx is a proper trophy, but honor demands to make a good faith effort to assist an ally. If you will not return the Falx, you must give him a proper alternative. The Scarlet Chorus warrior nods silently, his face a stiff scowl. Not unreasonable. So what'll it be? So I'm to give him a weapon? The warrior's posture grows tense, and he's silent for a long moment. Right, I get it. Compromise. So the warrior looks expectantly at you. Like you'd ever be caught dead wielding Tyr's forged bronze. Bronze may not be the Legion's standard, but I won't deny that it's serviceable enough in a fight. Not so worthless that I'm eager to give it up, especially since the chorus are only worthy to fight with rocks and tree branches. Man up and act like a proper ally. Give the recruit a half-decent weapon. Suppose you have a point. I can give some lesser spoils, gathering dust next to my bedroll. Seeing as we're allies, I suppose I can offer you something. He gestures with resignation. Okay, I'm actually kind of happy we did that. But I am well and truly hooped for tomorrow. So what I'll do here, I should be back Wednesday for more streaming. So I think the obvious answer here is... So Forgebound Iron, it says it went the settlement near Echo Call Crossing. Well, we're doing the Battle of Echo Call Crossing, so unless I've completely missed something, we're going to have to... We're basically just going to do... we'll do both. We also should have plenty of time as far as the edict is concerned. Echo Call Crossing is a village situated along one of the narrow sections of the Matani River. It is the main route into the heart of the valley and possesses 2 highly defensible bridges. Many settlers in the area are believed to be directly assisting the rebel effort. I mean, obviously there's some time to the spire itself, but I think we should be able to make it. But yeah, so I should be back on Wednesday for more Tyranny. And then on Friday, we'll be back to Cyberpunk. Let's see who is online to host. Prosciutto Fist is playing Blueprints, so I will leave you in her capable hands. I actually don't really know that much about... Blueprints, but it looks really interesting. And Prosciutto Fist is actually quite a bit of fun to hang out with. I don't know how much later she'll be streaming, but she's been doing a little bit of everything. Most recently, Lost in Random, The Eternal Die. I think she's hurt her hand recently, so she wants to play something a little bit more character-driven. But anyways, I'm definitely feeling quite tired, so I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much for watching. See you all on Wednesday. if you want more Tyranny, or Friday for Cyberpunk. Until then.